Okay, folks, let me give you an update. I just talked to Linda Morris, and she is about to exit from I-35 onto the frontage road. So she's coming up on 12th Street, and she said she'll be here shortly. But it might be 15 or 20 minutes before she gets here. One of the things we can do, and I checked with Karen, our lawyer, who's more knowledgeable about this, we can't really convene the meeting, but we can take some things up that are on the agenda. For example, John, we can listen to Mr. Hagman's report, and Linda said she'd be glad to skip that because she's been to TRAB a lot, as I have, so we know about the Radiation Advisory Board. This is really for education of a bunch of the commissioners. Let me just tell you the problem. Mr. Hurley is in trial, so he's not here. Mr. Doyle is not coming, so two of the Texas commissioners will not be here. Sir?
Is he winning?
I have no idea. I think it just started yesterday, so he may not know himself whether he's winning or not. And we're talking about Mr. Hurley. Ms. Sanders was getting ready to get on her airplane last night, and yesterday, and her flight was canceled. Everything else was booked, so she could not be here. Mr. Saudick has an engagement, I guess is the best way to put it, in Boston today, which is going to occupy him. So he can't be here. That means that John Salzman, the judge, Linda and I from Texas need to be here because Mr. Bradford from Vermont would make 5. We need 5 to convene the meeting because that's a quorum of the 8 of us. And certainly we can't vote, but we could, in the nature of having a public discussion, if everybody didn't mind, we could take one of the items that's on our agenda. John, we've invited John Hagman, who is, John, how long have you been chairman of the Radiation Advisory Board? I guess you'd tell us when you came up here.
About 3 years now.
Okay. Rick Jacoby, who's also here, was on the Radiation Advisory Board.
Chairman.
He was chairman, and I've been going to meetings of the Radiation Advisory Board for 20 years, so I know a little bit about it, having participated in a lot of their discussions over the years. There are a lot of people who are very familiar with it. Ken Krieger. Ken, are you on it? Ken's on it, and I can't remember whether Linda's been on it or not. But a whole bunch of us are familiar with what it does, but it's one of those additional things in Texas that I thought would be interesting for the commission and for those in the audience who deal with us to learn about, to see how it fits in with what we do. So with everybody's permission, we can either keep talking until Linda gets here, or we can unofficially start and I can introduce John. And John, you can come forward and talk to us, and you'll have a good deal more time to talk to us than you originally thought. So why don't we do it that way? Well, at least we'll get that one. We have a whole bunch of things we have to vote on today, like budgets, contracts, and agreements for importation, exportation amendments. And we just can't vote without a quorum. It takes 5 votes. And so that means you'll be able to tell if you're having difficulty with one of us, you might start squirming in your seat. But anyway, John, welcome, and we'll go ahead and let you introduce yourself. And John responded to an invitation I extended to him to come be on the agenda today. So John, welcome, introduce yourself.
Do I sit or stand?
You can sit or stand. Be sure and talk into the microphone, though, because our meetings, we're not really having a meeting yet, but we record them. And so that's the purpose. Okay. And they're also simulcast. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, I'm John Hagman.
Push the button to make sure it's on.
I think it's on.
Very good. Thank you.
And I'm the Radiation Safety Officer at the Southwest Research Institute in San Antonio. This is a facility that has about 1,200 acres and about 2,800 employees. And the facility is a not-for-profit, independent research and development facility, primarily on the development side. Customers will come to us and request that we develop some process or do some testing for them. About 50% of our work is for the government, and the other 50% is from private industry. The facility is about 68 years old now. I've been working there for about 37 years, and it's a fun place to work. Most of our projects last about 6 months and on the average, but some are very long. One of our longest is they actually made a division out of this work. It's the Center for Nuclear Waste Regulatory Analysis. It's a federally funded research and development facility for the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and their original goal, years ago, I helped write the proposal for that work, and that was to look at Yucca Mountain for the NRC to see if their license application was acceptable. And that semi went away, but a judge ordered that we continue reviewing their license application. And but that work will end soon. But they have other work around the world looking at waste disposal sites from a geologic and other aspects to see if they're suitable. We've got a recent request for proposal from Sweden.
John, let me just interrupt you. Representative Burnham, I just wanted to make sure that you understood that we're waiting for a quorum, so we decided to.
I heard you.
Okay.
I was here. I just moved.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and yeah, how did I get in the radiation business? And don't want to bore y'all too much with this before I get into my talk about the Texas Radiation Advisory Board, but graduated with a degree in physics, my bachelor's, and other than teaching school, you can't do a whole lot with that. And so I went to work for Westinghouse Electric up in Idaho and trained at the naval reactor facilities, qualified as a nuclear engineer, and started training naval officers on how to run a nuclear power plant, wrote some special sessions on reactor fuel rod accidents and chemical accidents that can mess up the nuclear reactor. And when 3 Mile Island happened and they took a sample of water and they were reading 3 R per hour on the sample bottle, I said, you know, they melted about half their fuel. And a few months later, I was proven right. So that was some of the fun things. Done several jobs at Southwest Research, nuclear inspection, visual inspections on reactor vessels, and then working at the Center for Nuclear Waste Regulatory Analysis, and then became the overall radiation safety officer. We have about 350 radiation workers of the 2,800 employees. And that's enough about me. Too much already, probably. What I want to do is describe a little bit about what the Texas Radiation Advisory Board is. I'm the current chairman. We have Ken Krieger here, who's one of our fourth newest member, I guess. Yeah. And Rick Jacoby, where'd you go? Yeah, there you go. former chairman of the Texas Radiation Advisory Board. Rick could probably tell you more about it than I could. The Texas I have a handout, which I think everybody has. I didn't bring enough, but there are actually a few extras up here if somebody wants to grab one. But contact me and I'll get you the handouts, email it to you. The Texas legislature set up the TRAB, or Texas Radiation Advisory, or just the board, in 1961. And the governor appoints members usually for a 6-year term. And some of the board members are appointed for 2 consecutive terms, but usually no more. But we do have one, Kevin Robbie, who has received a 3rd appointment from the governor. And we meet to discuss and act on any issues involving radiation. They can be medical or industrial, and that's That is our charter, what we're supposed to do. We were set up by Section 401 of the Texas Safety Code, and where it says, and I'll not really read this, but review and evaluate state radiation policies and programs, make recommendations and furnish technical advice that may be required in matters involving related to radiation. And so we're involved with the Texas Department of State Health Services, since they regulate most of the radiation activities in Texas, and also the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, formerly the Texas Natural Resource Commission. Certainly they're involved a lot with waste disposal here in the state. And the Railroad Commission of Texas, and they're involved with naturally occurring radioactive material in the oil and gas industry. And the TRAB, or the board, reviews proposed rules and guidelines for the departments in Texas. And although the regulations don't really mention the Texas Low-Level Radioactive Waste Compact Disposal Commission, did I get that right?
Close enough.
Okay. And but it too is an agency, or not an agency, a commission, excuse me, that is involved in radiation, and so that is why I've been invited today, is to introduce you to the TRAB and talk about how we may interact with the commission on some of their activities involving the disposal of radioactive waste. The regulations have assigned members of the Radiation Advisory Board from different roles in the industry. We have one representative from industry who is trained in nuclear physics, science, or nuclear engineering. And I'll say again in just a minute that is Ken Krieger. We have a representative from labor, and one from agriculture, one from the insurance industry, a person with application of nuclear physics in medicine, and one from hospital administration. And I'll tell you who these people are in just a second. Somebody that's involved in nuclear medicine, pathology, radiology, the nuclear utility industry, radioactive waste processing, petroleum and well servicing industry, a health physicist. And if y'all aren't familiar with the term health physicist, that's a person that's a specialist in radiation safety. And then we have someone from the State Board of Dental Examiners, a dentist, and somebody from the uranium mining industry, and 3 representatives from the public. And if you have my handout, you can follow this, and I'll go in the same order. Ken Krieger, again, is our industry representative. In his term, I list him on the handout, so I won't go into the details. Stephen Harris is our labor representative. He is a emergency technician, emergency response for the fire department in Dallas, very knowledgeable in radiation issues and how to respond to a radiation accident or any kind of event involving the public and radiation. We have one of our newest members, Johnny Johnson. He's in the agricultural area, but he's a veterinarian in San Antonio. He's been to 1 meeting so far, but I expect to see a lot from him. Bill Campbell is from the insurance industry. He's been on the board for quite a while. Dr. Nora Janjan is the nuclear physics and medicine. She is a very dynamic woman, very knowledgeable, and a very important part of the Radiation Advisory Board. All of these members are, of course. Bob Emery, who's in Houston, he is has his PhD, or his Doctor of Philosophy, and he has more initials after his name. He's a certified health physicist, a certified you name it. I think it's about 5 or 10, somewhere between 5 and 10 letters after his name. A valuable part of the board. Darlene Metter She's a nuclear medicine expert at the UT Health Science Center in San Antonio. Gave a presentation on what nuclear medicine is all about and using nuclear material to image parts of the body. And so she's quite the expert on that. Dr. Mark Silverman in pathology. And I'm talking a little bit about some of these that I know better. David Nichols, he is a radiologist. That's the guy that reads the x-rays images or the any kind of image and tells you, you know, well, you've got something wrong with you or you're okay. And he's quite an amazing guy. Mitch Lucas, I've worked with him on some of the Tllrwdcc projects, and he's from the nuclear utility industry up at Comanche Peak, and he has served with the several advisory committees on nuclear radiation and nuclear safety. Ian Hamilton, another doctor, had his own company and a professor at Texas A&M, and now he's the radiation safety officer at, Ken, do you remember what hospital he's at now? What? Scott and White, yes, okay. Thank you, Ken. Judith Robb, I don't know much about her, but she is a lawyer and has worked in the petroleum industry for a while, and she'll be attending her first meeting this September. John Hagman, that's me. I'm the health physicist on the committee. I'm a certified health physicist through the American Board of Radiation, and been doing radiation safety for, seems like most of my life, but I'm sure it's not that long. Melanie Marshall, our dentist. Kevin Robbie from the uranium mining industry, very knowledgeable on all the different techniques that are used to extract uranium from the ground and how to handle and process the uranium and its daughter products. We have Amy Clark, a member of the public, very involved and has learned a lot over the years to help and give her input into the committee. Mark Pittman, another lawyer from the Fort Worth area. I like that because that's where I was born and raised, was in Fort Worth. And he too is heavily involved. And then one of our newest members attended one meeting, Darshan Shafde. I hope I pronounced that right. I had to check the spelling 2 or 3 times, but he is a student, a graduate student at the University of Texas at Austin here. The board's committee structure, we have 3 committees within the board. We have our topic research committee, and this is a group to find out what are the important issues that need to be addressed by the Radiation Advisory Board. And I appointed Ian Hamilton as the chair of this committee, and vice chair is Bob Emery. And Amy Clark, a member of the public, is on this committee, and Nora Jan and myself. And I made it small intentionally so that we could have a quorum, 3 out of 5. And we're always coming up with new topics for the entire board to consider. And then the other 2 committees are pretty much aligned with the industrial use of radiation, and the other group is the medical use of radiation. And the one committee involved with industry is its formal title is the Industrial Nuclear Power Uranium and Waste Committee. So anything involving radioactive waste or nuclear power plants or uranium or radiation used in industry, and there are quite a few. Kevin Robbie is the chairman of that, Mitch Lucas, the vice chair, and the other members I have listed in the handout. And then our medical committee, Darlene Metter serves as the chair of that committee, and vice chair is Dr. Mark Silverman. And also on that committee are listed in the handout that I gave you. One person I have on all three committees, which is Ian Hamilton, because he has such a diverse background in medical and industrial and research. And so Ian serves on all three committees, and actually he may attend one committee for a little while and then attend another committee for a little while. So he's a valuable asset. All the members are. And so in a little bit of repetition, the matters within the Tllrwdcc jurisdiction that may be of interest to the Compact Commission. I'm glad you gave me an agenda, an outline of what to talk about. I appreciate that, Bob.
You're very welcome.
And the medical industry, including nuclear medicine and diagnostic and therapy procedures. And of course, all these procedures, except the use of x-rays, generate some kind of radioactive waste. Some of that radioactive waste can be put down the sanitary sewer system, but other will be disposed of at the Texas Low-Level Radioactive Waste Disposal Facility. Sealed sources, suppliers, recyclers, and processors. Ken Krieger is involved in that. I'm involved in that at Southwest Research. Actually, we kind of have an interesting role at Southwest Research involving sealed sources. You can use those for doing radiography of pipes, or you can use them for, formerly you'd use them for teletherapy or cancer treatment. You'd have a small sealed source of cobalt-60 and or sources of radioactive material that are sealed so that only the gamma rays come out and no radioactive material is loose to be running around and harmful. And sealed sources, Southwest Research works with the Department of Energy, and they bring us the high activity gamma sources. These are the kind of sources that may have hundreds to thousands of curies, and that may or may not be a term familiar with everybody, but kind of just to give you an idea, if you took a 200 curie cobalt-60 source and put it in your pocket for a few hours, you won't be around very long. And so we have a facility where we can handle those safely, large, thick, 4-foot shield concrete walls and manipulators. And so we've been working with the Department of Energy for years in their off-site source recovery program to bring in those sources from around the world, basically, and take them out of their original shield container, consolidate them with others, and then eventually they'll be sent off as Department of Energy owned material to their waste disposal site. And so that the reason for that is to keep the terrorist from having easy access to a source that's being stored in a storage building or in a off room at some university or hospital where they're no longer using the source. And so that's where we have a lot of expertise in sealed sources, and of course that's one of the areas that the Commission is trying to address. Where are we going to put all these legacy sources, and how will they be considered as either domestic within Texas sources or sources that are being imported in? And Ken Krieger is kind of our lead on trying to help determine how you handle the disposal of sealed sources that can go into the Texas disposal facility. Uranium mining does generate radioactive waste, and so we have expertise on that. Research and development, Southwest Research and certainly Ian Hamilton could give some advice on any aspects of radioactive material that may come from research and development facilities. Petroleum production generates radioactive waste and certainly has radioactive material used in well logging, and eventually that radioactive material will have to be disposed of. Veterinary practices also use radioactive material, and also nuclear power plants certainly generate a lot of nuclear and radioactive waste that may eventually be disposed of at the Texas disposal facility. other matters that the TRAB can collaborate with the commission on. And when I say collaborate, that is our charter, is to help other agencies and entities within Texas involved in the handling or disposal or the regulation of anything that has radioactive material with it. And so we can help give guidance on disposal of legacy radioactive material currently in the state that may have come into the state that was out of compact origins, and we're trying to help in some way determine what is the best approach from an economics and from a safety and from other aspects as to how to get rid of that legacy material that's now in Texas. Disposal of low specific activity and exempt radioactive material in the RCRA disposal facility. That's an issue that y'all are addressing later today. And certainly we could help provide some information or expertise in that area. And basically I want to say, if you have a question that you may think we can help with, certainly that is our charter, and the TRAB will certainly take it up and try and get an expedited response to what other questions you have at all. Are there any questions for me today?
Well, let me just start with one, and I know this from attending some of your meetings. There are ionizing and non-ionizing radiation sources. Are you all concerned with both?
Yes.
Ionizing and non-ionizing?
Yes, we are concerned with both.
Just for general information, just give you a nickel's worth of explanation of the differences.
Oh, okay, yeah. Non-ionizing radiation is radiation that doesn't have enough energy to ionize, strip electrons off an atom. It's probably the technical approach. And basically can cause damage, chemical damage, if you would, to materials in a person's body or to anything. And non-ionizing radiation does not have that energy that it can chemically alter a material. And the way I teach it in my radiation safety classes, create acids and bases, free radicals of hydrogen and hydroxide. But non-ionizing radiation, examples, light is non-ionizing radiation, lasers, we deal with lasers on the Radiation Advisory Board. Infrared heat, ultraviolet radiation, that's kind of right at the transition point between non-ionizing and ionizing. Ionizing radiation includes X-rays from X-ray machines at your doctor's or dentist's office, and we deal with those issues. Hey, Linda.
Hi, John.
Glad you're here.
Thought I'd join you guys this morning.
Okay. So now my talk is official, right? Since you have a quorum?
Now we do.
Okay. And also radiation that comes from the center of an atom is, you can have 4 types of ionizing radiation. Not that everybody needs to know that, but nuclear radiation is the correct term. It comes from the nucleus of an atom. So we have X-rays and nuclear radiation, and we're involved in those, and the non-ionizing radiation that can cause harm to people. Lasers can burn you, microwaves can heat you up if you're overexposed to microwaves. Everybody uses them in their home, but certainly you don't the unit is sealed up enough that there's no microwave radiation that can cause heating of a person or someone near the microwave.
Let me just ask generally a question of the Radiation Advisory Board. You talked a little bit about your charter, and essentially it's to advise entities in the state of Texas and the state itself with respect to various matters pertaining to radiation, not just ionizing, but also non-ionizing radiation. Is that a fair statement?
That is exactly right.
Okay. And then in that regard, for example, you review rules of agencies like the Railroad Commission and TCEQ and Department of State Health Services, and you frequently comment or to the agencies that are proposing to promulgate those rules about what the rules are.
Exactly right.
Do you anticipate, for example, that we've never asked the Radiation Advisory Board to, we're not a state agency, or other than that, we've never asked, but I assume that if asked, you would be acceptable or to at least receiving a copy of something we're proposing to tell us what you thought about it, if we needed to do that?
Yes.
Do you have an interest in doing that?
Actually, we do. We do have an interest in doing that. All of our members are in some form or fashion involved in radioactive waste, either storage, handling, or disposal. And we would be interested in providing our comments and suggestions, or in effect approval of what the commission is doing. And we feel that that's in our charter, even though you're not an agency, you're a commission, and that is our job, and we would be more than willing to respond to any request from the commission.
All right. And just, again, sort of a shorthand version for everybody there. You talked about mill tailings. That's considered 11E2 byproduct material. It's not low-level radioactive waste. The non-ionizing is not involved in low-level radioactive waste. The spent fuel is not low-level radioactive waste. There are a whole bunch of things out there that aren't low-level radioactive waste, but somehow people say radiation, they lump it all together and think it's one thing, but it really isn't from a classification point of view. And secondly, as you know, and for the members of everybody here, now that we have a quorum, we can probably call the meeting to order. But one of the things that I wanted to let everybody know is the Radiation Advisory Board meets quarterly, generally in Austin, and I do attend the meetings on behalf of Mr. McGuire attends on behalf of TCEQ, and a whole bunch of people attend these meetings. The different agencies involved, Department of State Health Services, Richard Ratliff is there. The Railroad Commission has a representative there. So all of us, this is one time, essentially all of the organizations in Texas that are somehow concerned with radiation and its impacts get together, and we exchange information and talk about things. Roger Mulder comes. Roger is, I don't know exactly what Roger's title is, John, maybe you know, or Ken, maybe you know, but Roger used to be the advisor for Pantex, which was the site up in Amarillo that's taking apart nuclear weapons, and he now has an expanded role. So he does a lot, for example, with the issues involving Los Alamos National Labs that have come into Texas. He is a person in Texas who is a contact person for that. And I learned that by going to the Radiation Advisory Board meeting.
Yeah, he's essentially the liaison between the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and the state of Texas. And his official title, Ken, do you? Yeah, but he's not with the Texas Department of State Health Services, and he's not an NRC employee, but he's a state employee that does the liaison between the NRC and the state.
Rick, do you know what his title is?
Yeah. He's a director of the Pantex program actually in the comptroller's office, but he has oversight for the Pantex program, the oversight of Pantex.
Right.
He also is the governor's representative on the Western Governors Association for the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant for transmitting waste shipments. And he's the governor's appointed state liaison officer.
Right. It might seem strange that I'm asking these questions or pointing these things out, but a lot of times I want to make sure everybody knows about the full breadth of what TRAB actually does and who goes and attends and the information that exchanged, so everybody knows how it works. And with that, I'll be quiet. Are there any other commission questions from any of the commissioners?
I appreciate your work. I read Ms. Ross do one way I keep up with the state of Texas since we've gone into this electronic forum. And all the state agencies, counties have to interact with to get on these websites. One of them is the governor's website. And of course, I get
Yes, it is, we do have a website, and, yeah, just type in,
Person from Midland. He just got off, I guess.
mm, Brett, yeah. Yeah, I'm not familiar, but, I'm drawing a blank, on that, but yeah, I read, Judy Robb's.
Rick and all.
Yeah, Rick would know. Oh, yeah, from Midland, at the Pantex plant?
No.
Rick, who was a board member from Midland on the trap?
He's no longer on the trap.
Yeah.
He was a petroleum representative, I can't recall.
Okay.
John, your next meeting, in fact, address one of the things Judge brought up, will be here in Austin in September. Is that correct?
Yeah, I should have well, I do have it on my phone, September the 19th. Thank you, Ray.
Yeah.
Brad Bunn. Is Brad still on the trap?
No, Brad Bunn.
He was from Andrews and later.
Okay.
The guy I was thinking about was from Midland.
Jay Murphy?
On the oil change place.
Yeah, Jay Murphy just went off from the petroleum group, and for some reason I was thinking he was not from Midland, but
He was from Houston, I believe.
Houston, yeah.
Anyway, John, thank you for coming and telling us a little bit about TREB and putting up with my questions. And I appreciate you being here and your work on Radiation Advisory Board. I know, you know, we know each other from the South Texas chapter of the Health Physics Society primarily, but we've interacted beyond that too. And Linda's on there and John's on there, so we have, you know, that's the common denominator running through a lot of this for us. All right, thanks, John.
Well, thank you for inviting me, and again, if the commission would like any input from the TRAB, we'd be more than happy to accommodate you.
All right, appreciate it. And with that, here we are at about 10:30. I'll call the commission to order, and Mr. Salzman's here, the judge is here, Linda Morris is here, Peter Bradford is here, I'm here, that's 5. And I previously made the announcement about the missing members, and but we do have a quorum, and so we're all here. Normally I introduce, the commissioners are here, Representative Burnham is here, any other representatives of elected officials, I don't know of any, but Representative Burnham, do you want to address us generally this morning in public comment? Please come forward. Are there any members of the press here while Representative Burnham is coming forward? I have a practice of doing that also, pointing out to them. But I guess we don't. Representative Burnham, welcome once again. Glad you could join us once again. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, members. Delighted to have the opportunity to visit with you this morning. You have a long agenda, so I'll try not to speak excessively long, but I do want to just highlight, bring to your attention some ongoing concerns. We have visited about WIP in the past, and I think that deserves ongoing discussion. And we have talked about our concerns about the original misgivings of TCQ staff about whether or not this was an ideal location to locate this facility, and we have visited about the ongoing water problems out there that have not been addressed. And in part, because of those concerns, I have submitted 2 proposed rulemakings for the TCQ to take into consideration. I'll have to say that it is a little concerning to me what we continue to learn about the problems at both the WCS facility and the facilities in New Mexico. And it's a little concerning to me. In my 18 years in government, I've never waited an hour for a quorum to be created for a commission, and I don't want to believe that that's indicative of how seriously we are taking these problems, but it's not going to be assuring to the general public to know that we have to wait an hour to get a quorum for this commission to meet. Let me go over the letter that I've sent to you. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but in part because you're familiar with some of these issues already, but I have distributed it to the media. Somebody's in town today that may have slowed your getting here, and it certainly has slowed the attention of the media on other issues today. But I'm glad he's here. I still want to talk about these concerns. As you all know, 6 months ago, there was an incident at the WIP facility in New Mexico. Some people are referring to it as Tllrwdcc at this point. But it came less than a year after the DOE was touting the WIP as an international model for the safe, environmentally sound disposal of radioactive materials. That is proven not to be the case. And over again, we have had false assurances from governmental agencies that we were managing both the production of nuclear waste and the management and storage of nuclear waste properly. I'm currently reading a book on Fukushima. If you want to startle yourself seriously, bone up on what's been happening on an ongoing basis in Fukushima. The WIP incident exposes, I'm looking at the third paragraph, the WIP incident exposes how even well-regarded sites are at risk and should provide a cautionary tale to this commission. The Texas site accepts these waste, and up to 10 barrels of the similarly packed material at the WIP have been received by this WCS facility, opening us up to the opportunity for our own Tllrwdcc issues. To exacerbate the matters, requirements from WCS to operate the site has recently loosened to allow higher and higher levels of waste, including shipments formerly destined for the WIP. I understand that these shipments have been cut off now because of the perceived problems, and they're being at least temporarily held at the lab site in New Mexico. This has all occurred despite the ongoing water problems that I have discussed with you off and on over the last year and a half or so, and the serious potential for unseen costs to the Texas taxpayers. Because even if you don't care about the safety issues, any Texan that is responsible for the budget of this state should be concerned about our expanding exposure from a financial standpoint because of the decisions that are being made by this commission. Because of these concerns, I've addressed them to you, I've addressed them to the Texas Environmental Quality Commission. I'm not sure they deserve that name, but that is what they're officially entitled, and I've asked for some rulemaking by the commission. My first rulemaking petition is, I'm now referring to the second page of my letter to you. Rulemaking petition would ensure that relevant information about water removal costs are available to the public. Seems reasonable and a fiscally responsible thing to do. Taxpayers may become liable for such costs since the state will ultimately take title to all of the site and all of the waste and all of the problems that have come from possibly locating it in the wrong place in the first place and all the mismanagement problems that occurred since that time. The Compact Commission has requested such information in the past. To my best knowledge, you've not been given that information, and I haven't been given that information despite several requests. I've also become concerned in recent months, this is the next to last paragraph, with increasing radioactivity and quantities of the waste that are being accepted by WCS. My second rulemaking petition would require publicly available environmental analysis that studies and assesses the long-term effects on the public health, our water resources, as well as provides at least 20 days for public comment on them. We should be working in the taxpayer's interest as opposed to the private for-profit interest that we seem to be working for. The Commission needs to do a better job to facilitate the public's understanding of changes at the site, because ultimately it's the public that will bear any additional costs. And then there's closing paragraph. I keep trying to make these points. I keep wondering if they're falling on deaf ears, or maybe it's just my imagined concerns. So if you think that's the case, maybe you should take the opportunity to read what's coming out of Fukushima and what we're likely to have done to the life support systems that is our planet as a result of mismanagement of the facilities in Fukushima. Thank you very much for your time this morning. Mr. Chairman, if there are any questions, I'll try to answer them.
The only thing, Representative Burnham, is you understand that the one thing we're concerned with is the compact facility site, not the place where the material is coming from Los Alamos or the federal facility site, or even the record site. At the WCS facility, the enlarged facility, our focus is on the compact facility.
I understand.
Okay. I just
And
we
you
can-
and you understand that they're trying to bring it all here.
I understand the practicalities that are associated with nuclear waste disposal in the United States.
Some of the problems have to do with, we narrowly define our job and narrowly understand our responsibility, and that precludes us looking at the bigger picture and understanding the role that we're playing in not addressing the bigger picture problems.
That's one of the reasons I asked Mr. Hagman to come talk to us today.
I enjoyed his presentation.
I figured you would. Are there any other questions for Representative Burnham?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. We're in the public comment section, and so I'm going to ask if there's anybody else here who wishes to make general comments, Representative.
And I hope you'll make it a habit of doing that through all the agenda today. I know it's a really long one, but I think that public should be a standing invitation to comment on all the agenda items.
I had a discussion with Ms. Haddon about this. What we're going to try to do is institutionalize this and let people who are here to wish to speak about particular agenda items register, so we'll know in advance if they want to be speaking on those items. We'll know to call on them if not, otherwise, instead of having a general call. Yes, sir. Robert?
Hi, my name is Robert Singleton. I wanted to bring to the Commission's attention an NRC event report from July 2nd. This is going to apply to agenda items 8E and 8F, and I just want to make sure that this is in the record. On July 2nd, the Tennessee Division of Radiation Health, on behalf of the licensee Energy Solutions, submitted the following event report. The Tennessee Division of Radiological Health was notified on June 12, 2014 by a representative of Energy Solutions Incorporated that an exclusive use truck shipment was received from Philotechnics of Oak Ridge, Tennessee. The truck was identified to have radiation levels on the bottom surface of the truck of approximately 350. Is this millirienkins? Is that the way that's measured? M/R? Would that be millirienkins? Millirem, okay. The state of Tennessee dispatched an inspector to Energy Solutions. This is the update on the report that appeared on the 2nd. The following update was received from the state of Tennessee via email. The suspect package of waste was identified as a 1 cubic yard film box containing GE68 waste generated by Siemens Medical Solutions. The maximum contact radiation reading was 900 millirems on the bottom of the box. The box was classified as LSA-1, low specific activity. However, no markings were on the box identifying it as LSA-1. The State Division of Radiological Health issued a letter to Philotechnics, the shipper, detailing items of non-compliance with DRH regulations. The incident is not closed. I know that one of the items that you always discuss when you're discussing an import or export license is whether there are any pending problems with either a state involved or with the NRC, but there is one apparently that is still open for Philotechnics.
Thank you. And Ms. Broda is here, and we're going to talk about this when she comes up to represent her on her applications. And do you wish again to be heard at the time that application comes up, Robert, or have you said your piece?
I think that may be it. I may be leaving a little early.
All right.
So I'm not sure.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Marion Malota, and I guess I was inadvertently left off the letter that Karen hadn't sent you, but I did say I wanted to sign on to it, so please count me as having signed on to that letter.
Yes, ma'am.
My biggest concern today is about the material that was received at WCS from Los Alamos that didn't go to WIP and that came here instead. I have a problem with TCEQ being able to just amend the license to be able to accept that, since that's not really the the transuranic waste is not the kind of waste that WCS was licensed to accept in the first place. And it's also kind of like a bait and switch kind of situation, because that waste was supposed to be safely sealed on its way to WIP. And because of the accident at WIP and all the leakage and all the problems they've had, for whatever reason, WCS accepted that waste from Los Alamos instead of letting it just stay at Los Alamos or finding another place. And in the meantime, there is leakage from at least one, if not more, containers that's already at WIP. And so we have the same kinds of containers that have been shipped here to us at WCS. So to my way of thinking, the first thing that needs to happen is those containers, which we now know are dangerous, we need to send back immediately to the source, either to Los Alamos, where it originated from, or to WIP, where it was supposed to be headed. But this shouldn't be in Texas with the liability for Texans having this. That's one issue. The other issue is that Texans are now at risk for their safety and their economic well-being from what can happen from leakage or explosions from this waste. For the profit of WCS to accept this waste, on the one hand, and weighed against the safety of the citizens of Texas and the economic well-being of the citizens of Texas, to me this is not really an acceptable balancing. So that's mainly what I have to say. I think that I would like to see rules put in place that if the TCEQ makes amendments to WCS's license, that the public has well-publicized opportunity to have input into this proposal. It should be a proposal and not just, oh, we're going to do our magic wand and just amend the license. So to me, this whole thing started actually with Los Alamos's sending waste to WIP that was less and less over time overseen for safety. The whole culture of safety with these shipments has deteriorated over time. Used to be that every single container had to be inspected. And now, and then it was random containers had to be inspected. And now it's the paperwork simply has to be inspected. So to me, that's clearly going to create problems and has created problems. So to me, we need to get this waste out of Texas. The profit of WCS doesn't weigh well against the safety and the economic well-being of the citizens of Texas.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to say that it's very fortunate that Mr. Hegman was here today, because the Radiation Advisory Board at its last meeting had extensive discussions about the entire situation associated with the Los Alamos material and its transmission to Texas, what happened, why it happened, how it happened, and again, I'll repeat that we're concerned with low-level radioactive waste, and the stuff, the transuranic stuff, is not something this commission is directly concerned with, but the Radiation Advisory Board did have an extensive discussion on that. There was a handout, and they'll probably have more discussions in the future. So, John, it may be that you're going to have more visitors in the future. Thank you.
Aren't you responsible for overseeing Waste Control Specialist facility?
Only with respect to low-level radioactive waste.
And who's responsible for overseeing the transuranic waste?
That would be, sir?
Department of Energy
Yes.
and TCEQ.
And
TCEQ licenses the site for more things than just the compact materials. They license the federal facility, for example.
thank you.
Sure. Ms. Haddon, good morning.
Good morning. I'm Karen Haddon, and I'm here on behalf of Seed Coalition, statewide organization. The letter we brought to you today is supposed to be signed on by 21 individuals who are from around the state. I apologize for not getting that to you sooner. That was not my intention. And I'd like to hit some key pieces that we'd like to discuss today. First of all, the policy of the Compact Commission is to promote the health, safety, and welfare of citizens and the environment of the party states. With that in mind, I would like you to really focus on that. One of the things that we recommended all along was to have third-party independent random inspections. Well, right about now would have been a good time to have that in place as the transuranic waste comes into the site. While you do not regulate that, here's where there is a direct tie-in and where I think that your responsibilities lie. Some of the waste, not all of it that brought in, is actually believed to be potentially explosive, as was the explosion at the WIP site, which has led to radiation coming out from a site that's a half-mile underground. It's been tracked at least 26 miles away in terms of plutonium. This waste being at the WCS site poses risk for the whole site at minimum, and who knows how far. The TRU waste is being stored underground, but not half a mile underground. It's being kept cool because Chuck McDonald of WCS says heat is of concern with this material. They're keeping cameras on it, but I really don't understand how a camera is supposed to prevent a disaster, and I don't know what their plan is for what to do if they witness something that's heating up and about to explode. I think that your responsibility lies here. If you've got already low-level waste at the site and you're right now approving applications, I think first of all you should halt the applications until we get this straight, because you may be adding more radioactive waste into a site that's already having serious problems where workers may have limited access if there were an accident. Hopefully that won't happen. But there's a potential right now that is real. And you should be halting applications until all of the risk is gone from any potential radioactive explosion. You should be halting until WCS can come up with their plan and show you what their plan is to deal with a potential explosion. I haven't seen one. Maybe they've got one. You should be weighing in that there needs to be another fire truck or 2 or 3 on the site. There's one, and then there's volunteer fire departments, and that's all we've got. I don't want to see the area radiated. And we need to, I would urge, I'm sorry.
For the record, I don't either.
Yeah, I can only imagine. And I would like you to use your authority and your voices. Well, it's not your official capacity. I ask you, in the realm of protecting health and safety, that you weigh in against further importation of the WIP and Los Alamos waste, that you weigh in against attempts to bring in high-level radioactive waste to this site. The attempts right now have not been going so well. And I urge you to get seismic data. June 29th, there was a 5.2 Richter scale earthquake in New Mexico near Lordsburg. It was felt in Phoenix, Tucson, El Paso. I do not know what the strength was, if any, at the Andrews County site. But now we have potentially radioactive waste in a hot summer where heat's a concern, and earthquakes and aftershocks, at least regionally. So this is sort of adding together a lot of factors that are of concern. We remain concerned about the water. There's still water in the wells at the site. There is a risk of contaminating aquifers. That risk has not gone away, and it was the number one risk that people were concerned about at the TCEQ when they recommended denying this license many years ago. I would like to see, furthermore, that you take every single meeting and get a real update on the water scenario, because I think that even when you're asking questions, that you're not getting full information. And Seed Coalition has crunched data, gotten open records requests, and so on and so forth. But quite honestly, we're volunteers. This is not our paid job. I think that the folks at TCEQ can bring you that information and certainly can analyze it as well as we did. They can give you a percentage of wells that have water present, that are saturated. They can give you information about what pumping is being done and an overall overview of how dry or how wet the site is. We're seeing decreasing protections, and we should be looking at the WIP site right now as a lesson, because everything that was supposed to be so perfect, it was the gold star standard. It was recognized worldwide as the best site. And people came from around the world to tour it to see how well it was being done. But I've actually read the reports from the accident and from the truck accident, and everything fell apart. Safety culture declined, and this happened rather rapidly, 15 years out of their 10,000 years. That's highly of concern. We should be paying attention here and doing everything in our capacity to improve safety, and yet we are already seeing safety on a decline in terms of the licensing of the site. I know this is not your purview, but you are the ones who are approving the waste to go to this. Excuse me, let me try again. You are the ones who are approving the waste to go to the site, and this should be borne in mind. For example, right now, we've already had the change to where waste can be buried even if there's standing water present right next to it, as long as it's dry right where it's going. It used to have to be 150 feet away that it was dry. That's of concern. That's a major safety problem. We're already seeing that WCS is trying to expand the amount of waste and volume and trying to use a different kind of, instead of having strict curie limits, that they would start going to a dose measurement instead. I think that weakens the protections. We're seeing that they want to lessen, not increase, their financial assurance at a time when they want to expand the site. And I'm quite sure that they have an interest in the high-level waste coming to our state. So I urge you to use your voices in whatever way you can to be protective. I think there's no rush to get any more waste to this site, and it's time for caution. I would urge you, once again, not to approve any more applications for import until we figure out what's going on at the site and whether that might, in fact, impact low-level radioactive waste coming to the site. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Haddon, I think you've answered one of my questions after looking at your comments, because you start off by saying that your comments apply to all applications to import radioactive waste for disposal in Texas.
Yes.
And that's just not just the ones on today's agenda, but also future agendas. Is that what you're intending?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Haddon. Are there additional comments from the public?
How about an additional question?
Sure.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Mr. Bradford.
Yes.
So, let's say we agree with you and put a moratorium on the issuance of licenses because of concerns about the DOE waste, the water situation. Why isn't a reviewing court going to overturn that in pretty short order? Because in essence, we'd be seeking to regulate a couple of things that we don't have jurisdiction over: importation of federal waste and the water issues. And Vermont has some experience with this, having tried to shut down the Vermont Yankee plant and being told that that was not a matter of state jurisdiction. It's an expensive process. A lot of people felt pretty good about it along the way, but all it got the state in the end was two very expensive court reversals.
So let me see if I understand your question. Why isn't it in court, you said?
No, I'm saying assuming we did what you suggested, isn't there a pretty substantial chance that anyone who appealed the denial of their waste permit because we had done it on grounds that are not ours under the statutes, would be able to overturn that ban in fairly short order.
Okay. I think that it would have to be created in such a way that you say, that, you know, you're not trying to interfere with their decisions, however, that that the Compact Commission needs to take time to get technical advising on the safety, to get a plan from WCS of how they would in fact deal with an explosion if one were to occur, so that the low-level waste that's on site is not compromised, and the ability to safely oversee it, to have workers at the site. That is the piece where I think that you would have leverage. I know that you can't overstep the grounds legally. Does that make sense to you? Did my answer?
I understand your point.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to see how a judge reviewing such a proposition wouldn't say that in essence we were seeking to set standards as to either the WIP waste or the water issue.
Well, I think certainly it would have to be crafted carefully, and maybe the AG's office could help so that it didn't overstep bounds. Thank you. Did anybody else have questions? I didn't mean to.
I don't see any more. Sorry, Peter. I didn't.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Haddon. Any more public comments before we get to the next item on the agenda? I see no volunteers. All right. The next item on the agenda is item 5, discussion of revisions to 675, 21, 22, and 23 related to exportation, importation of waste. Ms. Morris has been acting very kindly as the chairperson for this committee, so I'm going to turn it over to her.
Thank you. First, I want to apologize for being so late. It took me 4 hours to get from Waco, instead of my normal 2, so for obvious reasons. Any rate, so I want to say the Rules Committee consists of course, myself as chair, and also Commissioner Sodick and Commissioner Wilson. We have been ably assisted by our counsel, Karen Watkins. Appreciate all the hard work she's done, and of course Lee Ing, and really appreciate her input. We've met several times in person and always included Commissioner Sodick as a teleconference so he could fully participate in the actions of this committee. Any rate, so we have actually have a working draft ready to present to the commission today. It was sent to the commission via email about a week ago, wasn't it? It's been about a week. And then, of course, it's in the notebooks today. So probably the majority of the commissioners have not had a time to deeply study this. Hopefully I'm not speaking for anyone, but so it's kind of new to some of the commissioners. But we would like to point out some of the changes that the working draft of the rules are recommending. Want to say that we're not presenting, we don't have drafts of this working rule yet for public. Didn't have the extra copies here for you guys today, primarily because the commission hadn't had a chance to talk about it yet. So we didn't want to put out anything that the other commissioners had not had a chance to review. So we don't have that. But we do plan to very quickly, based upon the discussion that takes place today, once the commission decides they'd like to put them forth for comment, we'll certainly get those posted in a timely manner. And we also, of course, would plan to have time for at least one, probably more stakeholders meetings to allow everyone to have plenty of time to comment on this. I still consider these a work in progress. We will really appreciate your comments and input on these drafts. We received a lot of good information when we went to Tennessee and met with a lot of brokers and generators and manufacturers. That helped us a whole lot. But we can still use the input from the general population, so to speak, of for these rules. So we really appreciate that. The rules that are affected are, of course, 31 Tax 675, .20, .21, .22, and .23. We did add a .20, which is a definitions section. We felt like it was necessary versus trying to include definitions in bits and pieces here and there. So we decided to have a separate section on definitions, so that's something new. We also made significant changes to .23, and we want to point out that the Compact Commission has a mandate that allows it to consider management of radioactive waste. We are still seriously considering adding section .24 regarding the management of low-level radioactive waste. So that's something that's probably going to be in the future. We don't have it included in these drafts, these working drafts right now, but that's something we might consider. Chairman Wilson did form a committee to look at some aspects that might impact a .24 section, a management section, and will you be addressing that shortly in your report? Okay, so I'll let him do that. It's chaired by Commissioner Hurley. So it involves possibly RCRA waste and how low-level radioactive waste and RCRA considerations. So anyway, so so that may be possibly .24. To kind of talk about each section individually for a moment before the Commission starts looking at some of these things. .20, the definitions. We have the definition of generator will be interesting to quite a few people. The body of the definition of generator, the body of the draft rules regarding the definition of generator incorporated many of the recommendations of the Salzman White Paper. So expect to see some familiar territory there when you look at those. Also, the definition of management was included, and management is defined as collection, consolidation, storage, packaging, or treatment of waste for a low-level radioactive waste. So you'll be paying attention to that section in particular. Section .21, which is the exportation of waste to a non-party state for disposal. Some of the new things there, we took out any discussion, all of these working drafts, for fees. So we decided fees were more, should I say more trouble than they were worth? Is that a good way to put it, possibly? Is that a technical way to say it? I'm not sure. But no, so we removed all reference to fees. I'm not sure if that's a good thing, or I think it's probably a good thing. Also, some minor things included in .21 for exportation of waste. Or things like delivering. How do you get your petitions to the office, to the Commission's office? So there's one thing that Lee Ing was instrumental in doing was trying to make the delivery methods and the posting methods and all those kind of things and the times and the dates kind of consistent throughout all of these sections. So and we still need input on that. So we have some proposed times, intervals that we'd like you to look at and see how you think that works out for you as for your businesses and your business interest. But we did address those and tried to make them consistent throughout the different sections. Let's see. Also, we had some forms attached to .23 and .22 and .21 and .22, I believe, and then instead of calling them Annex A's and Annex B's and stuff, we're now calling them Form A's and Form B's. We changed that a little bit, so you'll be looking at that. Section .22, which is the export of waste to a non-party state for management or reprocessing, then return to the state for disposal. We did remove some. Let me see if I can read my report here. We removed the commingling rule, because commingling was a big issue when the TCEQ was grappling with about 2 years ago. And it was very difficult to think about sending waste out for processing and then having that waste returned, because there was always the possibility, based on the processing methods, treatment methods, that some non-party waste would be returned, even if it was party waste to start out. So the TCEQ did issue a commingling rule, and it's informally called a commingling rule. So we had a statement in our .22 that did address the commingling rule, but we felt like it was redundant in view of the TCEQ regulations, so we did remove that. Also, we've removed any reference. It used to be that whenever you were dealing with there's a family of isotopes. It was TC99, carbon-14, I-129, and depleted uranium. That for some reason, it was kind of a historic reason, I believe, that whenever you were going to talk about importing, exporting, or anything, and you had these isotopes listed, you had to be very specific about the quantities of those isotopes in the waste. We have removed all reference to TC99, I-129 and DU from the rules, and we did leave the carbon-14 requirement to specify carbon-14 in all the shipments coming and going, because the carbon-14 limits are pretty specific, I believe, for the WCS license. Is that correct? Okay, yeah. So we did remove that, just leave the carbon-14 rule in. And carbon-14 is actually divided, as most of you know, into two groups, irradiated hardware carbon-14, then all other carbon-14. So those limits still stand, and we still are very interested in making sure we control those limits coming in. But the other three are not included any further. And then Section 2.3, which is the import for disposal of non-party waste into the compact for disposal. One of the big things there that would probably be somewhat controversial is that any waste being imported on an NRC Form 540 or 541, of course, accepting federal waste, would have to have an approved petition by the Commission. So that's something that may be somewhat controversial. Also, we included that we have the right to audit compliance. We feel like that's very important, that we have that ability to audit compliance for these imported shipments. Again, no fees. Again, we're changing the dates and the times for receiving petitions and posting petitions, again, along with that continuity rule. Again, we've removed all but carbon-14 from the petition. Something will be interesting and may be helpful to a lot of petitioners is a minor amendment provision. You know, you've heard us talk about the possibility of a minor amendment provision, but the minor amendments would allow the chairperson, Chairman Wilson in this case, to actually approve without the vote of the Commission in very restricted cases. And it says he may, it's not that he's required to. So these minor amendments include things like including additional compacts, inclusion of additional compacts or unaffiliated states, territories, possessions from which the waste will be shipped. So if like a broker wants to send some waste from another compact, or that the chairperson could approve that. Altering of its expiration dates, as long as it's within the same fiscal year, would be allowed. And also an inclusion of additional type of generator. So instead of like a medical or industrial or nuclear, you could actually include that without having to come before the full Commission to approve that. So these are very restricted types of minor amendments, but I think it'll help a lot of the paperwork side of the House when we're dealing with something that's fairly straightforward and would not have an impact on the overall curies and volume measurements. So we're very, very concerned about that, of course. If we did require it's from a compact that requires export permits, approved export permits, of course we'd make sure we had those in place before we allowed the import. So anyway, so that's kind of basically it. And let's see, the forms, like I said, are clarified to make them more specific in many cases. Make it easier. Sometimes there is confusion on which box to check, so I think we try to clear up some of that confusion on some of these import forms, applications. So anyhow, so that's essentially it. And we have provided the commissioners with both the red line copies so they can see the changes that were made, as well as clean copies. And so I'd like to open it or turn it back over to Chairperson Wilson and let him decide how he wants to handle the next part of this.
Well, the first thing I'm going to say is we've been greatly helped by Ms. Morris, and John Salzman also has been contributing a whole bunch, because a lot of the things we're considering in the Rules Committee are mainly the technical aspects, dealing with the technical side of the waste and how the business actually works. Where, as I keep saying, now we're a couple of years into it, we've actually learned a whole bunch of things, and so we're trying to put that education that we've had in place. And I can't thank Karen and John and Linda enough for all the work they've done. I've been sort of riding along on this one, letting them do the hard labor and the hard work. And I guess now, I guess I'll ask if there are any questions. And really the only two people here who have not seen this in detail are Peter and the judge. And do either one of you have any questions? Because if not, I'll just move to the next part of this. Peter?
No, I've had a chance to discuss it with Dave Sodak, but just briefly, because it wasn't a good week for discussing things in detail. So I look forward to picking that conversation up with him, but I gather he was a full participant in the
Yes, he definitely was. He was with us for hours and hours when we were having the teleconferences. So he definitely.
He may have had some responsibility for the dropping of the fee issue.
We have some practical problems that sometimes we have to pay attention to. Judge?
I just, I may get all these two driving.
Okay.
Tomorrow, I need to look at the old rule and see how, then I may even talk again. Or spend half a day with her.
All right.
And kind of make sure that I'm understanding all that.
Well, then let me ask, Linda,
Well,
we're,
just, you know, the
I'm
first
sorry.
one says that one of them just says a person, and the next, it's just, I'm gonna have to get with y'all and see what y'all think. So, I think it's all right. It's permit require no person shall export any that's gone through, but the next one you put back shall be exported, generated within a party state. So I'm just gonna read this.
We do have a few more minor corrections to make that haven't been made yet. So, Lee, do you want to comment on that or anything? No, not really, just some minor corrections. So we do need to do that. And so we have a couple more things, but nothing of, Karen, did you want to?
No, I was just going to say, any of the commissioners who have things they want to talk about, discrepancies and consistency that you want to bring to my attention, please do contact me, email me, call me, whatever.
all right. Ms. Haddon, you got up, so do you want to talk to us about where we are? We haven't moved yet to the next thing we're going to do with this, but.
Right. I would like to ask that in the rules that you work to making it a requirement to specify at least as accurately as possible how much Class B, how much Class C, in some cases Class A, waste in the applications. Because for the public, you guys might be keeping tabs, but you know the capacity of the site is a huge issue. And it's very, very hard to do the record keeping and the counting and the queries, etc., when it's all blended together. And I don't think that's a lot to ask. In the past, we've actually asked that they specify what they anticipated in terms of radionuclides. And I know PG&E sent off an application one time that included that, and at least they were able to do that. I understand that those things may change a little later when some of the brokers pack up stuff, you know, in terms of it came out maybe a different radionuclide rather than the other. But I think that in their applications they should try to estimate as closely as possible, and especially between the B and C waste, maybe list possible radionuclides as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haddon. I could respond with a broad general statement because of the way I see the waste industry, nuclear waste industry, going from an NRC perspective. But rather than do that, because we have to deal with what is, and we're just now at the drafting stage, I'll just wait on that, because one of the things that we're trying to do is anticipate what we see coming with Nuclear Regulatory Commission on its changes and approaches to how it regulates low-level radioactive waste or radioactive waste generally, because there's a lot of discussion about that, and it's clear that there's a movement to re-examine the whole waste classification issue on a federal level, in which
Yes,
case
we've
we'd
been
have
seeing
to
that as well.
respond. And so we're trying to figure out the best way so we don't have to do this constantly to anticipate all these things. But we certainly understand the interest, while we do have Class A, B, and C, that we accurately account for what's Class A, what's Class B, and what's Class C.
Right, and that's the way we have any feel as a public to know how hot this stuff is, what, how many curies are going into the site. I mean, we can sit and do open records requests on the documents. What am I trying to say? The official documents, and they're not easy to get through, and they're not easy to tally and to add up. So, we have a lot of concern about that. I also would like to express concern about dropping the technetium 99, I-129. I think that's been a good thing to account for those. I think it's less protective to just do C14, so that's disappointing to us.
John, do you want to talk about that at all, or this is just a recommendation at this point? We're talking about a draft, a working draft. So, okay, we had extensive discussions about whether we needed to keep going along with what are the so-called Phantom 4, and because of the difficulty in measurement and shipping. And the other thing that I'm just going to say, and I alluded to this, is that when we start moving to a performance assessment-based regulatory program, then the waste classifications become less important, because the important thing is what are the individual components and how do they work in response to the modeling that's performed against the site on a total site assessment basis. And that's one of the things we're struggling with, and we're trying to figure all that out. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And I'd like to kind of relay, where our concern really lies on this, and this is something we've been addressing since the Compact Commission formed, is that in some ways this is a move toward making things less easy to parse out in any kind of detail. And from day one we said, the next thing we're going to see is we're going to be told, oh, these radionuclides have already decayed, and so, our total radiation is less. Well, this allows for more of obscuring of that kind of data. To do a broad category is not the same thing as to talk about what radionuclide it is, because the half-lives can be markedly different. And we don't want to be fooled by tricky math, creative record keeping, to not knowing the levels that are out there, the risks involved, and the risks to our waterways.
We totally understand.
Yeah.
My own personal, this is just personal, we're all going to have some massive computer power running the same kind of mathematical programs to determine what the performance assessment is supposed to look like, because, and where we hope to start from is we'll all have the same inputs, even if we use different mathematical models in association with the use of the performance assessment calculations. But it's not an easy, and it's not simple, it's very complex. And that's just one of the things that we're beginning to grapple with. How do we do this? And TCQ has to grapple with the same thing. And all of us do. And so the question is, we need to be all on the same page. That's what we're trying to get.
I would urge the maximum detailed data in the meantime.
All right.
Thank you.
I just want to add that the performance assessment is changing. 10 CFR 61, they're going to that new model. But on the other hand, the bottom line we've got to remember is that we do know how much radioactive waste is actually going into the ground. So we do get that data, and we're very closely tracking that. So actually how much gets in the ground.
And when you get it, you're getting it as Class A, B, C, right? And still, Yeah.
What we get is we know whether or not it has Class A, B, or C in it. What we get that we put on the website, I wanted to let you know on the website, we do have on there the activity and volume disposed of at the site updated quarterly. So if you ever wanted to know the curies that have been disposed of at the site, you could go to our reports page and it'll be there. It's not broken out into whether the curies come from something classified as A, classified as B, or classified as C. It just says the total curie amount, nor does it divide it by isotope. And in the applications, we do get whether A, B, or C is in it, but it is not broken out by percentages.
If it's possible to get that, I think that's great. And if it's possible to get it broken out, I think that would be good, especially in a day and age where, again, we're being told, oh, we can take more because of decay. You know, wait a minute, is that real? I mean, it's only been a few years, and some of these things are millions of years. I'm sorry, I'm not going to buy that they've decayed yet. So I think the breakout would be helpful and useful.
All right.
Thanks.
Peter?
I just was going to ask you to help me get on the same page you are by telling me what the phrase phantom 4 alludes to.
Phantom 4?
Phantom 4 are particular isotopes that are calculated, basically. That's my understanding, and perhaps John or Linda. John?
I think that phrase refers to C14, technetium-99, I-129, and uranium.
And they are phantom because?
I can't answer that part of the question.
So we are all on the same page.
Yes. My understanding from just attending meetings is that they're difficult to estimate and calculate in shipments, and so they tend to be estimated in what they actually are measured may not relate well to the calculations.
As a matter of fact, I know a little bit about this. You're about to hear all I know about it, but from sitting in a presentation after presentation on it, the issue is that they are generally over-calculated, because as opposed to a direct calculation of the exact concentration, it is an estimate, and it is always overestimated in order to be cautious. And as a result, over time, overestimated values are reported as actually going into disposal sites, which yields a performance assessment that starts to say there is a risk associated with the site over time and into the future, which is in fact not there, because those are, quote, phantom numbers as opposed to real numbers. And addressing that so that risk isn't assessed too conservatively and a site can no longer be used, NRC is looking at a way to better address those phantom 4 as opposed to continually over years overestimating them.
Looks like there may be some help in that.
Yes. Dan?
Mr. Salzman is rarely wrong. And I would defer to him on everything else, but it's.
Why don't you come forward so we can...
Yeah.
Oh, is it on?
Yes.
I'll repeat it. Mr. Salzman is rarely wrong, and I would defer to you on everything else, but it's the fourth one is tritium, not uranium.
Okay.
So just, and what Lee has said is absolutely correct. They're typically over-reported, and that can mess up your inventory. So
the word phantom then refers to the overage essentially.
Well, yeah, the real question is, are they really there? And they're reported because of limits of detection, like they're there, but they're probably not really there, so they're a phantom.
Thank you for my education. I've heard the term, but I didn't know the exact derivation of the term. Are we good? Linda, do you have a recommendation that we do something?
With based upon the opinions of the other commissioners, I believe this is an adequate working draft to get started with, and that I recommend that it be put out, made available to the public. We have a few minor changes like we want to make before we do that, but would be my recommendation. This is a good place to start with the revisions of these rules.
Okay, tell me about when you think these minor changes will be completed, because I think that our first probably step to do this, to put them out, would be to put them on the website and send so when do we think about, if we're ready to go with what we have so far, about when do we think we can do that?
I'm looking directly at Karen on that.
If they are truly minor changes, we can do that next week.
Okay. A number of us are gone next week, John and me and a few other people. But so I really don't think we'll have time between now and then, but maybe like 2 weeks, maybe?
2 weeks,
Okay.
that's fine.
The difficulty with that is Lee and I are both leaving at the end of
That's
next
right,
week.
Joe, okay.
So if we can get we'll be available. Will you be available?
I certainly can be available by email and telephone, yes.
All right, so we'll try to work on if that's the will of the commission, we'll try to work to get something posted before, I know Lee's taking off when, Friday, Saturday?
Saturday, July 19th.
All right, so we'll try to see if we can get these final things done. How much would it hurt? How many, if we just put out what we have now, would that, knowing that we want to change some things, because
I
this
see
is.
one thing I definitely want to make sure we add, and then Lee had a couple of corrections. So just really about 3 things probably.
Okay.
And I'll look at the judge. Would you like your comments incorporated before?
No, I want to get it in.
Okay.
I mean, this is just a draft. We've got time.
My intent, what I'd like to see happen, and this is just again personal, and I haven't asked the commission about this, is we can get them up so everybody can get access to start digesting it. We should have by our August meeting, which is August 14th, initial reactions from a whole bunch of people, and we'll be able to then start scheduling if we're going to have, we won't have officially adopted anything, but we'll see whether we have focus groups or stakeholder meetings. We can schedule those in August and then come back with something that would lead to a draft that the commission might adopt by way of a proposal at maybe not September, but maybe the meeting after that. We have a September meeting scheduled, I understand.
We do.
And so what we're looking at is in a couple of months, maybe having a final draft that we would go out to proposal for. And coincidentally, the Radiation Advisory Board may have had another meeting by then, so if they want to weigh in to help us, they can certainly do that too. We'll make sure that they get a copy of it. But that's my general intent. And so we want to get this out of the way, and if that's what your recommendation is.
Yes.
All right, so we'll do that. We'll take about another week to make sure we get the final 2 or 3 changes made, and then we'll put them on the website. We probably, Lee told me that she could send out a blast type email or to let everybody know when they're officially on the website. It's on our list, and we'll let everybody know that. We probably won't attach them, but they'll be on the website at the time we do that, so everybody can download them, start looking at what we're looking at, with the understanding that it is a current working draft. It's not final. The commission is not voting to approve it or propose it or anything at this point. We have wanted input for a long time. We've been getting a lot of input, and we're about to get more. So that's one of the things we're looking for doing, and that we'll also say that, repeating something that Ms. Moore said, that we're adding a section 20, which is definitions. 21, 22, and 23 are currently there. They're being revised to 22, not so much.
No,
we're
no.
taking some things out that were appropriate at the time it was enacted because we didn't have a site yet, but we're taking some stuff out. But and I'll go just gently into the next thing. We are looking at a proposed section 24, but the general feeling is that we'll go forward with 20, 21, 22, and 23 independently. And then I'll say this, my intent is to continue the Rules Committee to work on 24, and I'll talk about that a little bit in connection with the next agenda item. Is that? get me
That'll
through?
work.
Peter, is that okay with you?
Yes.
Judge? And John? All right. So that's what we'll do. So everybody can expect these to be up and receive notice from us in about a week. And we'll get it up as soon as we can and let y'all start chewing on it while Lee and I take off and go on other places, because we won't be chewing on it at that time. All right. Having said that, then let me talk to the next agenda item, which is 6. This is on the Record Committee. And I did have some communication with Mr. Hurley, who's in charge of that committee, and he said that there's not much to report. They have started assembling information and including a list of people who they are going to talk to about it. He anticipates, and I have a letter from him somewhere, or a message, that basically that sometime they will get back to us, but he says they haven't really accomplished a lot just yet. And so on 24, which is going to be weather, and we haven't even decided yet, our intent is that we would move to a rule on importation for management, and we have that authority under the section of the compact. It's 305.6 that allows us to look at agreements for importation for management. Management is a defined term in the compact, and so what we'd look at is a rule dealing with those types of agreements and situations. And we do want to have input from our committee looking at the importation for RECRA, because it might be important to us on how we craft that rule. And so we need to have a complete understanding about that, and that's what we're planning on doing and in concept at this point. What we actually do will await a determination of continuation of the Rules Committee, but my thought is we don't need to further delay 2021, 22, and 23, the adoption process related to those as we move forward into the consideration of what we do about importation for management. But the intent is that, and I will do this at the appropriate time, or even today, I can tell everybody this is going to be, the same committee will continue to carry forward its work, looking at the possibility of a rule for importation for management. Historical note, this commission at one time had drafted a rule for importation for management, but it was never adopted by the commission. It was never voted on. So this basically, we have some prior work done looking at it, and so we have that work available to us, and we'll continue to build on all that. So that's the report under the of the Rules Committee and under the Record Committee. So that's 5 and 6. And before we go, we started a little late. Ms. Haddon.
I don't know if there's anybody else that wants to speak to this or not. In terms of number 6, the RECRA subcommittee, I don't know if you're able, but if you could explain briefly even kind of the nature of what they're looking at, and am I right in that it's like that they're looking at accepting some low-level waste into the RECRA facility?
TCQ has amended 2 things. First, it's amended the RECRA permit that WCS has, and it's amended their license. And the license allows certain types, and Charles, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure, but it's very low activity Class A material to come in that upon verification of the material would go to the RECRA site. It's exempt from, it would be exempted from going to the compact site. It's still, if it comes in as low-level radioactive waste, that's the question that this committee is looking at. How should we work it out? If it, and you heard Ms. Morris talk about something shipped in on a 940 or 941. Those are forms. By the way, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is also examining those forms. to see how they ought to work, and the manifest system is something that's being looked at. So we're both trying to be proactive and reactive to see what the changing nature of the regulatory environment as conceived by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is, so we make sure we're following the business practices that are currently being contemplated that we are not fully informed about, because we get to participate, but we're mainly listeners rather than inputters at this point. So basically, and these are just things that I'm talking about. So what happens is the waste comes in, and my understanding is
540.
it comes in under 540. So there are certain types of waste we'd have to exempt anyway. For example, the stuff coming into the federal facility, which we don't have any authority over because it's not coming to the low-level compact facility. We're going to have to make sure that we have an exemption in our importation agreements for that material. But except for that, we need to consider what steps a generator out of the compact needs to go through when they're shipping things here, with the intent that it not go to the compact facility but to a RECR facility. And so the committee's job is to examine the whole basis for the nature of the regulatory scheme surrounding the exemption process and see how it fits in with the compact language, and see what we should do in the statutes and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission thing to make sure we are all on the same page with it.
Okay. For those that are concerned about putting even Class A waste in with 2,000 or so hazardous, toxic, corrosive chemicals at a site that has radioactive waste stored in 3 other facilities, where are we supposed to go to talk to? Is this straight to TCEQ on this? Do you have any say over whether this goes on at the site?
We have say over something coming into the compact as low-level radioactive waste. Mm-hmm. We also have say over things generated in the compact states as low-level radioactive waste, because there's a specific provision that says that unless they get an export agreement from us, it has to go to the compact facility. So that's what we have say over, low-level radioactive waste. If it's only as low-level radioactive waste, though, it is not uncommon for some types of, and I'm going to use terms of art, unfortunately they're in the law. There's radioactive material, radioactive substances, and radioactive waste. Just because something is radioactive doesn't mean it's a low-level radioactive waste. And so it's not uncommon for different types of radioactive material, and I'll use the example of 11E2 byproduct material, oil and gas norm. It's not low-level radioactive waste, so it can go to these kinds of facilities. So how that all works is something we're trying to parse out in connection with Department of State Health Services and TCEQ. And quite frankly, the site operators and the generators don't know what we're all doing. And Mr. John Hagman, I've talked to the Radiation Advisory Board about these types of issues, and I expect I'm hoping we'll all get on the same page. We're not quite there yet. Okay?
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Any other comments about either of these 2 items? If not, we're going to go ahead, Mr. Burnham.
Thank you. This is really just a request, but I'd like to have it on record. With regards to the evolving agenda item number 5, could we have a red line version of what's being submitted, and that way people can do a compare and contrast easily?
I think our intent is to post both a red line version and a clean version at the time we post, but that's my understanding. They're both available.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Does anybody mind if I take about a 5 or 10 minute break until we move on to the application? Right?
You've been trying.
Okay. All right, we'll be back at about 10 minutes to 12, and we'll start with the application section, the business portion. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think mind is the right word.
Yeah.
In a sense.
Require might be better.
That week, so maybe I should just leave my family that week. No. I've given them pardon.
It looks better if you go. Are you gonna come to Vermont for your birthday? Come to Vermont for your birthday. Sort of, we have which they're offering, and then line up with
He had an unofficial kind of thing going. I've done a couple of things. No, you know, it depends. You really kind of look at they don't just, you know, and or you can't just find them. They don't want, they don't want that's their because they want to see their military source. It's not in a gauge, you know, I mean, it's not information. Long story. Point being, there's a lot of stuff that Ray and I talked about. I'm not in charge of that.
Okay, well, you can't have it both ways.
Yeah. Okay, folks, we've got our commission here. So with the commission here, we can resume the meeting in spite of the fact Ms. Ing isn't here and some of the audience aren't here. But the next item on the agenda is consideration of and I can do this because our crack technical committee, Mr. Salzman, handles all of the coordination of this for us. Consideration of and possible action on each of the following requests for amendments. First was Tllrwdcc Nuclear Services, that's 7A. Mr. Salzman.
The technical committee has received and reviewed an amendment request by Tllrwdcc that is numbered 1-0054-01. And in their amendment request, they've asked to add 5 curies of additional total radioactivity to their import agreement and add the states of Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Michigan, Maine, Connecticut, Colorado, North Dakota, South Dakota, California, and Arizona. I would note that California and Arizona are part of the Southwest Compact, and that I believe Colorado is part of the Rocky Mountain Compact. My understanding is both compacts require export permits. So if we were to approve this, they would have to provide the appropriate export permits. They were not included in the amendment request. I would also note that TCEQ certified that the waste is authorized for disposal in a letter that was dated June 16, 2014. And the technical committee is recommending approval of this amendment, and I'd be happy to answer any questions from the commission at this point.
All right, 5 curies. Is there any change in the isotopes or
No change
form?
in isotopes, waste volume, waste classification, or waste stability. Just
Okay.
to add states and to add 5 curies of total radioactivity.
All right. Is this another one of those, when we put together a container and actually shipped it, it's a little bit different than what we thought it would be?
I suspect this is that there's just some additional waste that they've probably been able to obtain contracts for, but by not adding any volume, it's all sealed sources, and you add a couple of extra sealed sources to a 55-gallon drum, and you don't add really any additional volume, just add activity.
All right, and okay, are there any other commissioner questions? Mr. Salzman? Ms. Morris? Mr. Bradford? I guess we're ready for a motion then, John.
I make a motion that we approve the amendment request by Tllrwdcc to add 5 curies total radioactivity and to add the states of Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Michigan, Maine, Connecticut, Colorado, North Dakota, South Dakota, California, and Arizona, with the notation that Tllrwdcc, prior to shipment, must provide us copies of approved export permits from the Southwestern Compact and the Rocky Mountain Compact.
Is there a second? Okay, there's a motion and a second. First, I'm going to ask for commission discussion, and then is there any commission? Yes, John.
I would note that the Rocky Mountain Compact, at least in the past, has been unwilling to grant export permits. So I believe that for the waste coming from Colorado, that one, Rocky Mountain Compact may not agree with and provide an export permit.
Well, we might want to ask Ms. Lee Ing when she gets back a question about that. But thanks. There's been a motion and a second. Representative Barnum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. As discussed earlier with the chairman, I wish the record to reflect my opposition to all of the expanded applications under number 7 and number 8. And you're not surprised to hear me say that. That's my general position, and I'll just simply restate for this one agenda item and not all of them that I think it represents an inappropriate expansion of the original intent of the Compact Commission legislation. And in answer to Commissioner Bradford's question, I think a competent Attorney General, which I expect we'll have come January when it would be timely, could defend your position quite well in court based on the original Compact Commission legislation. The fact that Texas is incrementally, almost commission meeting by commission meeting, becoming the nation's commercial nuclear waste dump for virtually not all, but most of the states, is inappropriate, violates the original intent of the law, and it's your charge as commissioner, I believe, as it is with most commission members, to uphold both the national and state constitutions and all the laws there within. Given that, the founding legislation for the commission itself and all the health and safety requirements that are enumerated at length in our health and safety code, I think you're well within your purview and boundary and responsibility to refuse to accept any more amendments to add any more waste to the site. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Representative Burnham. I will note, and just something it's not my first time I've considered this particular question and problem, and historically I know the Compact Commission, when it first started out, was totally uncertain about what it should do with respect to allocations for out-of-compact material. And then what happened was the legislature met twice and ruled on this. And I will also note that it's not the commission that licenses a low-level radioactive waste disposal site. It's TNRCC and our TCEQ now. And the way they do it is that the legislature specifically grants them the power to issue the license. And it says, here is your power. And it also specifically set limits on the amount of curies and cubic feet that would be imported and dedicated to out-of-compact material. And so, for one, I'm a little bit, this is personal, uncomfortable ignoring what the legislature tells TCEQ to do with the license for the host state. And so that's my particular position, because I have to assure on the Compact Commission that Texas generators have unlimited access to the compact facility, and that Vermont has the estimate that we originally came up with of a million cubic feet of capacity. So that's my concern. And certainly I've always thought it was the legislature could specify for the host state how it was developed to site, and I think it's spoken pretty plainly. And we're just trying to live up to what the legislature told us, said TCEQ is supposed to do.
The legislature has allowed you to do this, but the original founding legislation, at the risk of being redundant, is not what that is about. And I think it is unwise for the commission to continue to allow the importation of waste from all these other states in light of your specific responsibility to make sure Texas has what Texas needs and Vermont has what it needs. And we could debate that concept back and forth, and I think for about 5 minutes every commission meeting that will be in order, but I don't want to belabor the point.
All right.
Thank you for your
Representative
time.
Burnham. Lee, there was a question that came up about the Rocky Mountain Compact on the Aileron Nuclear Services, because the motion was made and seconded to amend that in one of the states is Colorado, and the question was that John asked was whether the Rocky Mountain Compact has granted its consent for the export of the waste from Colorado.
That's made on a case-by-case basis. Generally, the Rocky Mountain Compact does not. But what we would do in this one is put the condition there, and if the Rocky Mountain Compact chose not to allow export, it would not be authorized to come into the compact facility.
All right, thank you. Does that answer your question? Ms. Haddon.
So this is still public comment time, is that correct?
Well, actually, we're on the motion, we're talking, we're just asking if anybody other than a commissioner wants to weigh in on this particular motion.
On number 7.
7A, yes, ma'am.
I'd like to comment on 7A, and this applies also to the other applications that are being considered today, that I would urge that you not approve of this application or any other until Waste Control Specialist provides you with a plan of how they would deal with any exploding radioactive waste at the WCS site, and that further safety measures are put into place, additional fire trucks, etc. And I will wrap it up at that point. I urge you not to approve this application. There is no urgency. There is no reason why this has to be approved today. Safety, the public health and safety comes first, and I urge you to take time, look at that, get some technical opinions on seismic issues as well before you allow any more radioactive waste going out to the site.
Thank you. And Ms. Bradford asked me, as long as we're talking about these things in the seed comments, first to ask WCS if they had any response that they cared to make to us about the concerns that you're expressing, and then TCEQ if they have any that they would like to express. So first, Ms. Madru.
I think that there's a couple more public comments as well, just so you know.
Well, we're here right now.
Betsy Madru, WCS. We don't have any response. We would be happy to answer questions the commissioners have or provide a subsequent report of follow-up.
All right. Mr. McGuire, TCEQ, want to comment at this point? Charles is not here. I'm sorry. Where is he? He was here. You left to go to lunch. Okay, Bobby.
Hi,
I'm
Bobby
sorry.
Janeka. Work for Charles McGuire. I think we'd echo the same response. We don't have any direct response right now, but happy to answer questions.
All right. Thank you. Is there, Charles, Bobby pitch hit for you and identified himself as Big Charles McGuire. Ms. Haddon raised the same comments that she made in her letter to us and said until somebody says something about more ambulances and what happens with the exploding stuff, and I was just asking if first WCS and secondly if TCEQ, if you had any comment about to make that to us about that.
Well, of course, with the operation of the site, we have requirements to deal with emergency situations. Those requirements are in the operating procedures for the license. We look at that, NRC looks at that because of the situation with the stuff from Los Alamos. EPA has even been out there to look at that. I think from a regulatory perspective, everybody's satisfied with the level of preparedness that's available in Andrews County with that site.
Okay, Ms. Bradford.
Did you have to expand the license in order to accommodate the transuranic material from?
Now, again, this is for storage,
right?
And their license already allowed for the storage of this type of waste. There was already this type of waste out there prior to agreements being made with Department of Energy.
Can you just give me a sense of how the jurisdiction plays out with regard to this aspect of the facility? What's the line between what you do and what the federal government does?
Well, because Texas is an agreement state, the jurisdiction is ours. We have oversight from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Now, some of the things have to be dealt directly with NRC that over the years that have become a part of the license, but the jurisdiction remains ours on the site, subject to the oversight of NRC.
So when you learned that the problems at WIP were perhaps caused by, forgive me if I get the technical side of this fuzzily, but perhaps caused by the packaging at Los Alamos and not by conditions at the WIP site itself. Who follows up on that to be sure that the same problems don't exist in the packaging of the material that's come to the WCS facility?
The Department of Energy and their contractors, the folks at the lab in Los Alamos, have been in fairly constant contact with WCS and with us in terms of their ongoing investigations about what caused the situation in cell number 6 at the waste isolation pilot plant. We talk to DOE on a very regular basis, and the information has emerged slowly because of safety precautions in terms of DOE and their contractor being able to get down inside the WIP facility to actually even see what might have happened. But there's pretty much a steady flow of information between all the government agencies involved, and we've had a number of what I would refer to as government-to-government conversations with the Department of Energy relative to their determinations about what caused the problem, their determinations about what would be done in the future relative to the WIP, Los Alamos, and then what is stored at the WCS site. And we continue to have those conversations with them, and will, I think, until there's a complete resolution of problems that they had at the waste isolation pilot plant. And as there's a resolution there, then there will be decisions that need to be made with the waste that's stored in Andrews County.
Incidentally, do you know whether any of that waste came directly from Los Alamos, or has it come all via the website?
The waste that's stored in Andrews County came directly from Los Alamos.
It did. Okay.
There's been nothing shipped from Carlsbad to Andrews County.
And you may know this as much, it's, Charles, do we have requests for information from TCEQ that have not been fulfilled? Not incidentally regarding this subject, regarding the water.
I'm going to repeat your question to make sure I understand it. Have requests been submitted to us?
No, have we submitted requests to TCEQ?
Oh, no. Every time we've asked for information from the TCEQ, we've been provided it, and they've made a number of opportunities to have meetings with us, et cetera, if we aren't provided the information in this forum. And as a matter of fact, I believe Commissioner Sanders met with the TCEQ at the last meeting to have some additional questions about the water answered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess what I'm sort of groping toward is that I'm not seeing that we have a jurisdiction in the context of individual applications that interrelates with this problem. I do take the point of some of the commenters to the effect that we have an overall concern that the site remain viable, and that's why I'm trying to get some sense of how the oversight of this issue is working. And thank you, Mr.
Surely. I think maybe one thing to add, just to be sure you understand the layers of jurisdiction involved as this process has emerged, because it was waste from Los Alamos designated for disposal at the WIP, and EPA's authority over the WIP, the EPA folks involved with the waste isolation pilot project have also been involved in the conversations. They've also made inspection visits to make determinations that chain of custody is all appropriate for, remaining appropriate for that waste coming from Los Alamos to be disposed of at Carlsbad.
Actually, let me ask you, as far as you're concerned, is your statutory jurisdiction adequate to deal with any issues raised by the WIP materials?
Well, certainly not at Carlsbad, New Mexico.
No, at WCS.
Yeah, at WCS, yes, sir.
All right. Thanks, Charles. Yes, ma'am.
I have a continuing concern that my name's Marion Malotok, and I have a continuing concern that accepting more low-level waste to the WCS facility when we don't know how safe the facility is a problem. And what we just heard from the spokesperson for WCS was not reassuring. I didn't hear that they had a plan in place for what happens if there's an explosion. I understand that the DOE, Los Alamos, all the people studying the problem right now still don't have a solution for the question, what actually happened and why. And so, but there was an explosion there, at least one, and because they haven't been able to get underground, they really don't know at this point just how much danger there is from this. And from my perspective, if we don't know what caused it, and we know that we have some of the same kinds of containers at WCS, we're sitting on more potential explosions, and we don't know anything about what might be in place. Sounds like there's nothing in place except watching it, but we don't know what's in place if they discover something. So to watch the situation without having a plan in place for if there is an explosion, to me puts the whole facility in the surrounding area and the aquifers in danger. And I am requesting not to accept more low-level waste to this facility until we know that the facility is really secure to accept it.
Thank you. And Mr. McGuire, I'm going to ask you to come back and see if we can talk about some of this.
Okay, and I think maybe I understand the question a little better, and I'm sorry I was outside of the room when,
that's all
when
right.
the question's been asked the first time. And so let me speak just to WCS's plan that's in place. Not only have we reviewed that plan, not only is it extensive, and I'm talking about files that are extremely large and very detailed with virtually everything you could possibly think of in terms of what to do when what happens. Those plans have now also been provided to and reviewed by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. It's my understanding the EPA even has done some looking at those plans. I think everybody as involved in regulation has wanting to be sure that we've thought of the scenarios and we do have a plan. And so those are extensive, those are in place. They're operating procedures that WCS has to conform to. Those procedures have developed over the years in terms of everybody that deals with radioactive materials. There's lots of experience, lots of years that we've had these materials around, and so we've developed pretty good historical record of the kinds of things you should be prepared to handle and how you would handle those, and those are all in place in WCS's licensing program. And now, in addition to having been looked at fairly thoroughly by us at our agency, they've been looked at by two federal agencies, I think.
Let me ask a couple of questions. Were there any changes made in any of those plans as a result of the acceptance of the waste from Los Alamos on an interim basis for storage?
Not when it was first accepted, other than the some plans with some enhanced security. DOE did their audit of the site, and there were some additional cameras added. There were some extra steps taken to ensure not only the I guess the safety and secureness of the storage site where they were, but also to make sure, from particularly EPA's perspective, that the chain of custody issues for its disposal at the WILP were being maintained and kept. They wanted to satisfy themselves there was nothing involved in the handling of the waste or storage of the waste which would change any of their acceptability at the WILP on that day that they ship it back there.
Okay. Mr. Bradford, do you have a question?
I was just wondering who actually made the decision that the shipment of additional waste from Los Alamos to WCS would have to stop?
Well, it was certainly recommended by the Radioactive Materials Division and embraced by the Executive Director and the 3 commissioners of TCQ. WCS supported that decision as well. And I think DOE stopped shipping on the other end all about the same time.
Is that a written decision?
There's not a license or amendment required. Our agreement with DOE when the waste was being accepted is that we would have to authorize each individual shipment before it could leave Los Alamos and come, and that was based on us looking at waste characterizations, those things, satisfying ourselves that it did conform to what we felt like was authorized under the license. And so when we stopped approving shipments, that effectively closed the gate.
Physically, we're having this discussion in connection with an application of Tllrwdcc Nuclear Services for an amendment to its existing importation agreement. And my question to you really is, how does the storage of the high-level waste, which I understand is above ground at the WCS facility in a building that's being monitored, how does that relate to what Tllrwdcc is asking us to do?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say that unless you characterize it, this thing is very fluid. And you said high level, and I don't think true level, true pack
above ground
is high level.
What I meant.
It's own
transuranic waste.
Transuranic. Thank you.
I don't want to be in the Austin American Statesman. We're already ahead of
All
Logan
right.
County.
Thanks, Judge. I appreciate your protectiveness. But my question is, how does the transuranic material and its handling at the site relate to what the low-level waste that Tllrwdcc is asking us to amend their import agreement?
Well, I'm not sure that it does. I just want to say my heart stopped too when he said that. So,
okay.
And so, but I think I also need to correct something else with the understanding. The waste that originally came from Los Alamos in the standard waste boxes and being stored in those standard waste boxes, the drums are inside that standard waste box. And originally those did go into the building at WCS. When the problem was identified at Carlsbad, that it was not some issue with the storage site, but rather an issue with a single drum, most likely. The WCS, in accordance to their license condition number 26, started taking a number of steps to further ensure safety at the site. And so one of those first steps was to place the standard waste storage boxes, again, then inside some of the modular concrete canisters and the big black things. And so we did that as further information flowed from Los Alamos. WCS proposed that they take those modular concrete canisters and fill them with pea gravel and move them to the federal waste facility disposal cell, storing them on the floor of that cell where they could further cover them with sand again, with the notion that temperature might in fact be an issue. And so, you know, I did tell you that there were no changes to their process when it first arrived. Now, those would represent some changes to their process, and they've got temperature monitors inside those modular concrete containers, so they monitor the concrete inside of that. And so these are sitting in the federal cell in the concrete containers, covered with sand at this time. I don't see anything, maybe I missed the point, but I don't see anything that relates to what's being proposed with the import petition.
Thank you. Any other questions?
It's good information, thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional commenters who want to address the Tllrwdcc application?
Well, why this specifically applies to Tllrwdcc is the fact that you have a larger issue than the storage of nuclear waste here. You have the potential for a major disaster that could affect other waste on the site, and I don't think you ought to be bringing trucks of more material in, but I just wanted to deal with a couple of things that were said that don't appear to be right. There was an article in the Lubbock Avalanche Journal that said, according to the memo obtained by the Associated Press, Principal Associate Lab Director Terry Wallace told employees at a meeting Monday that the probe is focused on 16 barrels of highly acidic nitrate salt-bearing waste, including the drum that leaked at the Waste Isolation Project. 10 of the other barrels are also underground at the mine in Carlsbad, New Mexico, while 5 are in temporary storage and under special monitoring in a private waste facility in Andrews.
What's
Monitoring,
the date of that story, please, sir?
it was, let me check. It was July 4th.
Thank you.
All right. The point is that it makes no sense to say that our half of the bed is not on fire. If you have a major accident with these explosive materials, it's going to affect everything that takes place on the site, including the ability to continue to monitor material that, like the Tllrwdcc material. If you have a major accident on site, then you no longer have the complete capacity to keep an eye on the rest of the site. Excuse me, but it seems like the majority of the plan and the amended plan for the storage of this material on site consists of watching it. And that's not the same as, it basically boils down to this. Would you rather have the potentially explosive material underground at WIP or above ground in West Texas? It seems that until the problems with this waste material are taken care of, that nothing else should go into or out of the site. The commission has the ability to approve or deny or postpone action on any given item. Absent some pressing need to put these other things in storage immediately, I would say that the larger issue is making sure that the potentially explosive barrels on site are completely taken care of, the issue is completely resolved, and that material goes to final disposition before you continue with business as usual. It just seems like by focusing on the small things at this point, you're ignoring the larger issue. The elephant in the room continues to be the barrels and the strain that a major accident might put on the ability to continue the day-to-day procedures of dealing with the low-level waste on site. Again, I don't want to make too much of a minor slip, but Mr. McGuire did refer to DOE at one point as DOA, and I won't say much more about that. But I do believe that you have to take care of the problems with these barrels on site, find a final disposition for this problem, and get those things off site. And one other question I wanted to ask is WIP licensed for storage of material?
I have no idea. We're not don't issue a license to whip.
Well, my question is, wouldn't it make sense if they got 10 more barrels underground that potentially might wind up at WCS at some point that are explosive, potentially explosive? Wouldn't it be a good idea to find out whether that material could be safely stored on site at WIP rather than having the material come to the WCS site?
Okay, I appreciate the comments. What I hear you saying is because WCS has this integrated site, which has a large federal facility component to it, you think that all activity associated with a compact facility should be stopped?
Yes, that's what I would like to see.
Thank you.
We had 3 or 4 others.
Are there others who wish to comment? All right. Are there any additional commission questions? We have a motion that's been seconded. So if there are no further commission questions, I'm going to call for a vote on the motion to approve the application amendment of Tllrwdcc Nuclear Services. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Chair votes aye, and being 5 ayes and no noes, no abstention, the motion passes. The next one, 7B, Southern Nuclear Operating Company. Mr. Salzman.
The technical committee received and has reviewed an amendment request from Southern Nuclear Operating Company. That number is 1-0046-01, and that was received or signed May 28th, 2014. Before I go into the details, I believe that yesterday the commission received an email from Southern Nuclear requesting an additional change to their amendment request, and they requested to add stable to what is already approved as unstable waste. The TCEQ reviewed the original amendment request and approved it on June 13, 2014. The problem I see is that by requesting stable, an additional change of stable, that has to be reviewed by TCEQ. And so I think what we probably need to do is actually table this amendment request until TCEQ has opportunity to review and determine if it's acceptable or not at the waste site.
All right. Is that your motion, John? Do you make a motion to table?
Do I need to make a motion to table? If so, I'm making a motion to table.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded to table with Southern Nuclear Operating Company request for an amendment. Motion been made and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Motion is tabled. Next is Zion Solutions, number 003801.
The technical committee received an amendment request from Zion Solutions that was dated May 30, 2014, and that's number 1-0038-01. In this amendment request, Zion has asked for an increase of 5,500 curies of total radioactivity, 8,520 millicuries of C14, and 31,400 microcuries of technetium-99. The applicant has indicated that basically that they have better waste characterization information now, and as a result of that better information, they need to increase the total radioactivity as well as the activity for C14 and technetium-99. That amendment request was reviewed and approved by TCQ in a letter dated June 13, 2014. Zion Solutions has not requested any changes to the waste volume, the waste description, the waste classification, or the waste stability, merely an increase in radioactivity and C14 and technetium-99 as a result of better information. I'd be happy to, and the technical committee recommends approval of this.
All right. Are there any questions from any of the commissioners? What is the increase in radioactivity associated with these?
I believe at Zion they are undergoing a decommissioning, and they've. I'm trying to paraphrase from reading the application, but I believe much of this waste is coming from the dismantling of irradiated hardware associated with Unit 1 and Unit 2, and in sort of getting through the process, they have better characterization information in order to classify all the waste, and that better information has caused them to increase the amount of total curies that they think it will take. I would add, if we want further information, I believe there's a representative from Zion Solutions here if any of the commissioners have additional questions.
Okay. At this point, I'll just, unless there are further commission questions, I'll just ask you for your motion and we'll get into the discussion.
I make a motion that we approve the amendment request from Zion Solutions to add 5,500 curies of total radioactivity, add 8,520 millicuries of C14, and 31,400 microcuries of technetium-99.
Is there a second? Motion been made and seconded. Is there any commission discussion about this particular request? Okay. We've heard the comments from public with respect to each one of these items. I take it that your comments would be the same, Robert?
I have an additional.
Okay.
The first part of this involves a question. Where is the used fuel being stored at this time from the decommissioned reactors? Is it on site? And if it is on site, the second part of the question is, why don't they do storage for the low-level material too?
My name is Dan Shrum. I didn't introduce myself last
That's
time.
all right,
I work for Energy Solutions, but I'm also allowed to speak on behalf of Zion Solutions because that's a wholly owned subsidiary. We have completed the construction of the Tllrwdcc pad. That's the interim storage for spent nuclear fuel at Zion, and that's where the fuel is being stored. The reason we have chosen to dispose of the internals is because that is the NRC's preferred action. It is better to dispose as opposed to store, and this material will eventually have to be disposed of. We would like to dispose of it as part of decommissioning the Zion power plant. There is no home right now for long-term storage of fuel, and so we have constructed an Tllrwdcc pad.
ISC meaning independent spent fuel or something?
Interim spent fuel storage. I'm sorry, that was installation.
If I've understood you correctly, the only thing in the casks on that site is spent fuel then, no internals?
At the Tllrwdcc pad?
Yes.
That is correct. It is only for storage of spent fuel.
The places I'm more familiar with have the greater than Class C waste there as well.
We do have permission to store the greater than Class C, but I don't believe it's been moved there yet.
But the plan is to do that.
That's where we will put greater than Class C until it has a home also. That is correct, and thanks for correcting me on that.
I was kind of following what Robert said. Zion decommissioned and all the power plants have their own storage, and y'all tore that down and put it somewhere else, or is it in the same place as it was?
For the ISPC,
Yeah.
that is not.
What I got from Robert was, where's the spent fuel? It should be, I'm guessing, in the same place it always has been.
No, it's being moved to the ISPC pad. So it's been moved from the power plant itself, and we have constructed a new pad, and it's not right where the power plant is. It's just off to the side. It's a specifically designed, constructed, reviewed, engineered facility for spent fuel storage.
Dan, would it be correct that you're moving the spent fuel from the spent fuel pool to the ISPC?
ISPC, that is absolutely correct. So it was in the power plant at one time, and I think most of it has been in dry storage, but it was originally in the power plant. We moved it.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. And so when you say, is it in the power plant, it's no longer directly in the power plant proper.
Yeah.
It's in this new facility built off to the side, and that will remain until we have a place for spent fuel.
Thank you.
Did that help?
Yeah.
Thanks. Anybody else? All right. I think we have a motion and a second to approve the application of Zion Solutions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Being 5 ayes, no nays, no abstention, the motion passes. Next, Zion Solutions 0060-01. John.
Yes, the commission and the technical committee has received a request for amendment from Zion Solutions. It was dated May 30, 2014, and that's number 1-0060-01. This amendment request is very similar to the previous amendment request from Zion. In this case, they've asked to increase the total radioactivity by 74,600 curies, 59,128 millicuries of C14, and 196,780 microcuries of technetium-99. That request was reviewed and approved by TCEQ and basically authorized for disposal at the compact waste facility in a letter dated June 13, 2014. I would note that Zion has not requested any changes to the waste volume, waste description, waste classification, or waste stability for these materials. And the technical committee is recommending approval. And again, this is based on better characterization information that they have. And I have to assume this is all irradiated hardware, and they just have better information now that they've sort of completed some activities.
All right. Commission questions? All right. And is there public comment in addition to the previous public comments about this particular application? Hearing none, I'm ready for a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the amendment request from Zion Solutions to increase the total radioactivity by 74,600 curies, increase C14 by 59,128 millicuries, and increase technetium-99 by 196,780 microcuries.
All right. Is there a second? Second. Motion been made and seconded. Is there additional discussion among the commissioners? Questions? Anybody in the public, anything else you want to add to what you've already said? All right. Motion's been made and seconded. Without further discussion, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Being 5 ayes, no noes, no abstention, the motion passes. And Zion Solutions application is approved. And we've been going for a while now. I think it's time to take a little break, maybe for a little longer, to give us a chance to stretch before we go into the applications that are remaining in the other reports. So we'll break till approximately 1:30. That'll, I think, give everybody some time, enough time to stretch the legs and relax a little bit. So with that, we'll be in recess till 1:30.
Chocolate sustained me.
Sustained by chocolate.
Yes. Chocolate kept my stomach from rumbling. That was the main thing.
It's a little warmer up here, I think, than it is down there, because I usually get cold fast. Yeah, maybe.
It's the lights, the stage.
Yeah, maybe rises. Good old physics, yeah.
Hey, John, nanocuries 1/1000th of a microcurie, right? And nanocuries 1/1000th of a microcurie, right?
Correct.
So it seems like your LLDs are really high.
Yeah, it helps me when I have to look at it.
They're doing a scale of it, aren't they?
That's exactly what they're doing. But they may do a measure.
Go, 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 go.
A small scrape,
Fred.
a small piece of the radiation cartridge. And they take one atom, I-129, you start doing the
Suddenly you
math.
have this incredible amount. They said that's the LLDs. I'm going, really? Not my place, but.
Well, as it turned out, I did have posters, as I read through the material, I thought I could make sense for there was an evaporation report, so I can put close to
No, you probably just can't do it, yeah.
Most labs can't even analyze it because it's so
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. Yeah, it just looks funny how
Yeah.
that stayed. And another thing is, all of our paperwork and stuff, we have DU date, everything for that fourth one, all of our stuff. We have big uranium.
The bleed uranium and stuff, it's not.
So what we were saying is on forms, we have DU as C14, Technum 9, 129, and DU, we put the tritium down as a phantom 4.
Those were predominant.
Performance assessment, future doses.
And they even showed me a table.
Yes, I remember seeing something like that. Performance assessment. Yeah.
Now that I better understand how they do it,
No.
it's not the
But he was saying tritium should be one.
The tritium is another one that can, some chemistry is difficult to measure, and others is not so hard. But tritium is tough to measure. Is sometimes in resin beads, that's where you'll find the tritium. Not so much in the bead itself, but in moisture associated. You know, that's adhering to the bead, and it's difficult to measure because of all the other confounding isotopes that are there.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's very tritium.
Because you know, on LSC, the channels are so wide, you probably couldn't see the other stuff in there.
And you know what, if you were just looking at tritium, there weren't all those other isotopes, you could measure it very well. The problem is, you start putting all those other isotopes in, and what happens to that low end of the spectrum?
Yeah, it's
The
gonna be
blob,
a
you can't
yeah.
tell what's there. But that's
But
why.
that was a comment that was like, you saying the Phantom 4 officially tritium, and I'm going like,
Well, and he was right, tritium is one of, not uranium, I just sort of had a brain dump.
okay.
You're not the only one.
We have uranium on all of ours, so it's like, but that's all disappearing because it's really not necessary. Yeah, but of course, you know, certain people don't understand that you can't take away things without compromising any kind of issues. That's a losing argument, probably. A losing argument.
That's why I decided to make no comment.
Yes, exactly. You're good. You're good.
I
So
need
Ken,
something
did,
to eat.
yeah, I did too. Ken, did you get that email I sent you regarding from Tammy?
Yes.
Okay, it's like, she sent this yesterday late.
I'll show up in a minute.
I am preparing.
Are you preparing?
Ken's working for me again.
That's scary. He actually may be working for us, by the way.
I'll end up working for everybody.
The, you know, the proposal that you put in for us, we're gonna get the money.
Okay, so I should start working on it now.
Scott will probably inform you formally.
Okay, all right, cool.
Did you want to go eat or?
Yeah, let's go.
But we do have at least temporarily have the same packaging. I think.
Well, I think that's more like five right now. I think that's it. I think it's more like five.
So that's fine. Oh, that's the big thing. Okay.
Say right. That's it.
Okay, so then looking at those. So, have you guys, which are the benefits? Is there any reason why I couldn't get that? I know Rip has streets. They have them.
I think we all have, I think we all have.
Mr. Chairman, is there a hot mic? I think I heard you carry it back to the room. I hope not.
guys got it fired up. It's, all it is an RGB cable.
If they want, you can plug it in relatively easily.
I'm just looking. See if we have-
But I think they have the presentation in their books.
They do. So they're supposed to be cable.
And I don't know if it's small in the books or big. Because like some of the stuff I can't even read on, like
Well,
the
yeah,
org
it's
chart and
numbers.
everything, I was like, crap, in the schedule.
Yeah.
I had to go back in and write some stuff next to it.
It'd just be a bit more beneficial for those that are back here. Right. To see something. So. First guy that's in the movie, sitting there and going, so that's when we had a wonderful thing. And then I took it out of the box, plugged in, put it set on top of the drive, right out there, and I could degraph it and work my system. And I left the backup side on this. And so I'm the first speaker, nothing's working. So I had to get it caught, but we got my slides, and so to make the best of it, so I just referred to the slide, and I described it, and everything else. And I ran talks, and later said, that's visual presentation. Your few choices.
Yeah. I'll come back next week. So is Chipman gonna fill Fran's or Ulrich's 14 slot?
The way they do their portions is based on technicians.
There's a master consultant.
So basically get somebody in and so they hired three each piece. Had a problem with the Army rules on training because they're new employees, they're not current, it is good, they're current position, I can't spend all the training on them.
Hey, Dan Fallon, he was probably the
He's still there.
highest.
Yeah, Jerry and Craig are the two senior guys, right? So, yeah, that was what they were, they took, who's over in Canada, and she's doing the work, or she's moved over to the course, trying to work with you. Basically, this sounds pretty silly. And they hired two others on the street, one's a guy in the Navy, guy out, and the other one's straight out of college.
So they're
skate out a little before 2, I think. I've got a 3:30 flight, and I'm afraid the president's traffic situation may have some impact.
You won't get to the airport if you leave at 2, because he's leaving at 2:30, which means he'll have the freeways and the airport entrance blocked.
I wonder how I can, this is the entrance to the airport? will be
They
blocked?
shut down the whole,
Yes. Yeah. Better, yeah, that's right.
I took this picture from my room this morning. That's 35, and that's the northbound, and it was, they shut the whole thing down.
I leave next Saturday, and thank you for everything you.
I'm just excited for you. I'm sure you're going.
Well, you know, and plus what you said, I wasn't really thinking of doing the Mauna Kea thing, but when you told me about it, we're both from Mauna Kea now, so I really appreciate your input, because we're
That'd
doing.
be cool. Yeah, you really like that. And then you can in the bay, Kayla Bay, you can rent kayaks right there at the bottom, and kayak over to Captain Cook Monument. Take mosquito repellent.
Okay.
But that's fun. The boys would really like that. I would too.
Yeah, well, it's just the three of us, so anything, a lot of what they're gonna do, I'm gonna be, there's a couple things even, like we're gonna go to Oahu and do the USS Arizona and all that, and it's like, I mean, I've got nephews and a son, I mean, I have been to more USS Lexington, more USS Beaufort, more, and so I'm just sort of like,
Well, I just love the Big Island, and you gotta go to the Turtle Sanctuary, and you gotta let them find those lava tubes, so you can jump out the lava tubes into the water.
okay, I'm gonna find, I put that on my list.
I think it's like called the Lone something or other.
Lonely Planet?
No, I'm not sure if that's it or not.
Moon,
I'm not sure.
Y'all talking about Hawaii?
Yeah,
The Big Island, yeah.
that's where she's been my chief travel
Yeah,
advisor,
yeah.
because I'm taking my nephews there next week.
Oh.
That, when I said I'm gonna be out of town, that's where I'm gonna go, so.
I'm gonna go to Maui in August.
Oh, that'd be
Ooh,
good.
that'll be fun too, where are you going?
I don't know, my wife.
Wherever she tells you, there you
That's
go.
right, she's arranged
That's a
it.
good answer.
The Mauna Kea trip, you're leaving from which
Palu
side?
Kona, that we're leaving from that side.
Okay, that's a long trip. But they do stop halfway. It's like we stopped at an old abandoned sheep herder's farm and stuff, and they have a pavilion where they provide lunches for you or dinners for you, and then coats and with parkas and things because it gets really cold.
Yeah, well, no, we're gonna, hi. I bet you're Hans, aren't you? Hi.
It's always an adventure.
I heard, guess where I came back from yesterday?
Hawaii. Kona.
Yeah, so-
Did you leave it ready for me?
I left it ready.
Excellent.
What's that? Oh,
12 and
no,
14.
but I attended one or
So we're gonna do Volcano National Park, taking them on a manta ray dive at night. Oh, yeah?
Fortunately haven't had any really
Is that worth it?
super long meetings.
See, I wanted to make, remember.
I think we've gone as
I'm not,
late
you know,
as
they're
about.
12 and 14, I'm not sure how much longer
Once
their
we
mother
until
will let me
about
take them places, so like, I wanna make sure there's
Oh, I was at one here in Austin for the
Oh, cool, that
previous.
would be fun to do.
Yeah, I was there till.
We're doing the
till
Mauna
like
Kea
9:30
tour,
or 10
which
o'clock.
is to the top of the observatory. And then, did you? And it was the same.
Yeah, they got a visitor center up there.
Yeah.
Bring the lights out for the telescope. And you didn't go, if you have a four-wheel drive, you can drive all the way to the top and see the actual telescope.
That's a electric.
I mean, I just thought people were like, yeah, I'm gonna certify.
The charge for it?
Yeah, I saw that too.
$150. So I just drove up to the visitor center. They had 3 telescopes out there. People that work with visitors for donations. They would explain the stars and everything.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we're gonna be doing that, and then the other thing I'm doing, which is kind of silly, but I don't care. I'm doing it, which is going down to South Point to the Green Sand Beach. I heard that it's a long hike and it's kind of boring, but I'm like, I don't care. I'm going to a Green Sand Beach. My nephew said, go or no? We're doing it.
And I got a water bottle with me.
I think I'm doing that, yeah.
It's a steep drop.
Give him a little legend of gods.
Yeah, the Pele.
One of their big
No, I'm looking really forward to it. We're doing Oahu first and then heading over to the Big Island.
We're required to by rule, but we say if they're approved.
Thanks for the tip. Well, hopefully we'll get to your presentation here soon. This meeting has turned into a very long one. Thank you for your patience.
So hazard should be still really apply. Industry how big so and we get there sure.
No. We did No, we did, I'll show you what's in the notebook because
We do it as a correct
that's what they've got.
part of what they wanted to do.
Okay, good. I think this is pretty good. Because it'll get good information. As you can tell me, get interested parties from here to remember all the bags and say things. And that won't end today. So that, once y'all start doing things out there, the fact that we have this under our belt in this presentation, I think will help in the future too.
High activity SEAL forces, terrorists getting a hold of them to make WMDs or whatever. And the more you know what the route is, the better chance of terrorists have of shooting the big shipment. And so you don't want
It's so distracting, especially when you're like,
publicize
no, I
what the
know
routes
things that
are
are going on.
at all.
Well, it's Sanders that after the talk to the last meeting, she asked, well, why don't you meet her as a public? Know that it's considered needs nothing.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's only a few people in the public for
If I were put in the universe, I would fix it.
Right. Actually, one of the guys on the team actually did some research.
They're going to be giving a presentation.
You know how you go in and research something. But there's a super who talked about it. You pay a monthly fee for him to do it. He could figure out the route anytime. So I had to go through
The judge.
Yeah, he tracked the shipment of cobalt from Russia. He was going on one of the cobalt rigs. One in Texas. But he had it down within a day or two. Terrorists went to a lot of trouble. They made their fees. They could figure it out.
I was, I'm actually not
Yeah, don't make it easy for them.
I was talking to yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I think the plan.
How are you today, Ray? I'll be much better in about 40 minutes. My part is done. We're looking forward to issues, review, and comments on our proposed rules, particularly on the definitions. That's the section that I'm most interested in, because that sort of regurgitates much of what I wrote in the white paper about who the generator
You've seen it travel.
You didn't say that's not correct. It says.
I'm sorry? Oh, yeah. It has changed very since what we did. The document you reviewed, I forget how long ago that was, however long it was. The changes have been very minor. A few little tweaks, but, well, I appreciate everyone's input. And I think it was pretty decent when we did it. And so there was a few typos that I had to fix and stuff like that. But there hasn't been any substantive changes. So probably won't make everybody happy, but they just want to be able to call everyone. Unfortunately, we do have federal law. I think it gives a fair opportunity for source manufacturers and brokers and everybody else to do their business. And maybe it'll spur companies in Texas to get rid of their inventory and go ahead and dispose of it.
All right, folks, we've got all of our commissioners here that we need, so we're going to restart the meeting. And we are on agenda item 8 now, which is possible action on the following application and amendments for importation. And the first one is Next Era. And Mr. Salzman, are you ready to be up? You're on.
The commission received and the technical committee has reviewed an application for an import agreement from Next Era Energy, Point Beach. I'll refer to as Next Era Energy throughout the rest of this. That application was signed April 20, 2014 and received, officially received by the commission on May 1, 2014. And it's 1-0065-00. And in this case, Next Era Energy is a generator requesting authorization to dispose of non-party low-level radioactive waste in accordance with the Act. They are requesting authorization to dispose of 240.6 cubic feet, 1,020 curies, 812 millicuries of C14, 3,360 microcuries of technetium-99, and 1,300 nanocuries of I-129. That material is in the form of unstable power plant decontamination resins and filters. And I would note that it's Class B and Class C material, and that was approved by TCEQ for the compact facility operator to dispose of the material in a letter dated June 16, 2014. The materials coming from the state of Wisconsin, which is part of the Midwest Compact, and the Midwest Compact does not require export authorization. We are tracking the proposed curies, volume, and individual radionuclides in a spreadsheet. I would note that the Commission is not aware that the applicant has access to another disposal facility for those materials. They have requested an application or a disposal period of April 1, 2014 through August 31, 2015. So I'm not sure how we go back in time, but in essence through the end of the next fiscal year. And the technical committee has reviewed this and recommend approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? I think to answer your question about how we handle it, I think we approve it on the day we approve it, and then it goes until the expiration date because we can't go back in time. So that's the way that works. Any questions from the Commission on the Next Era application? I'm ready for a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the application from Next Era Energy, Point Beach, signed April 20, 2014. Number is 1-0065-00 for Class B and Class C unstable power plant decontamination resin and filters, 240.6 cubic feet of volume, 1,020 curies total radioactivity, 812 millicuries of C14, 3,360 microcuries of technetium-99, and 1,300 nanocuries of iodine-129. Materials coming from the state of Wisconsin, and the period or the duration would be from today through August 31, 2015.
Okay, that's the motion.
That's
Is
the
there a
motion.
second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Is there any discussion among the commissioners? Okay, any public comment? Mr. Robert, you're welcome to.
All right. Just like to renew my longstanding objection. How can you take material from an out-of-state nuclear power plant, and this also applies to Part C, and still provide STP and Comanche Peak unlimited access as you're required by law?
The answer is that the legislature, based upon what we now know, I'll give you a couple of answers. One is Comanche Peak is not currently shipping very much.
Uh-huh.
And so the question then becomes, what do we do about that? And the answer is because our estimates are out through the year 2045. And so, you know, nobody makes somebody in compact shipped to the compact facility. If they dispose of B and C, they have to dispose of it there. And unless we give them a permission to dispose of it elsewhere. But nothing says they have to dispose of it. So it's really up to them to decide on the capacity questions, and I've told this informally to the utilities in the past. Unless we hear from them, we're going to assume that they're fine with these applications.
But the question becomes, what did the legislature mean when they said you had to provide them unlimited access?
The legislature said they get unlimited access to the compact site.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't give us permission to license the compact site. All right?
All right. And the second part of the question, to maybe prevent me from having to come back up here again, is what the heck is GT Hitachi Nuclear Energy? I can't find any information about Part D on this. What are they doing? Why are they generating waste? It's not a power plant. What is it?
Why don't we wait till that one comes up before we get into that? If you
Okay,
don't mind.
but I also want to renew the objection that perhaps the GE Hitachi one cuts down on unlimited access as well.
Sure, thank you.
Just let me add a clarification. I know Comanche Peak's been shipping quite a bit of resins and stuff, Class B waste.
Yeah, last year they shipped over 6 shipments.
That's great, because the last time I checked, they were laggards, I say, in compact.
But they made up for it now, they're leaving.
Okay, well, that's great. I don't keep up with the shipments from time to time, but clearly I don't do that. But thank you for the correction, and I'm glad to know that. I really am pleased to know that.
And they're gonna continue to ship. As
Great.
will South Texas and Vermont.
So we're filling it up with in compact and out of compact stuff, the license capacity, but it's the site itself is licensed by TCEQ, not by us. We just concern ourselves with what's there. So, all right. We have a motion on the floor that's been seconded for, and is there any further discussion among the commissioners? If not, I'll call for a vote of the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Any opposed? No opposed. Any abstentions? No abstention. Motion passes. Next era's application is approved. The next one we have is RAM Services, Inc. Mr. Salzman, you're still up.
The commission received and the technical committee has reviewed an application from RAM Services Incorporated, which was signed February 28, 2014, received by the commission May 1, 2014, and that's number 1-0066-00. In this case, the applicant is a broker who is a licensed waste processor and collector requesting authorization to dispose of non-party low-level waste in accordance with the Act. I would note that at this point, the applicant has not provided generator disposal authorizations for the waste or export authorizations where they would be required. The RAM Services is requesting authorization to dispose of 7.5 cubic feet, 11 curies total radioactivity, and 1 microcurie of technetium-99. This is in the form of Class C stable sealed sources, and that authorization to dispose of that material was granted by TCEQ in a letter dated June 16, 2014. They have no unresolved issues with the Commission or any other agencies that we're aware of. They have requested authorization to dispose of materials from the states of Wisconsin, Mississippi, Maryland, Maine, South Dakota, California, Indiana, Connecticut, New York, North Carolina, New Jersey, Ohio, Illinois, and Louisiana, which are part of the Midwest Compact, Southeast, Appalachian, Southwestern, Atlantic, Central Midwest, and Central Compact, with the states of Maine, Massachusetts, New York, and North Carolina being unaffiliated. And in this case, we would need written authorization regarding export from the Central Compact and the Southwestern Compact. I would note that the Commission is not aware that the applicant has access to another disposal facility for the proposed materials, and the applicant has requested import authorization from August 1, 2014 through August 31, 2015. So 1 month in this fiscal year and the full year next year. And the technical committee recommends approval of this application, and I'm available to answer any questions.
All right. Are there any questions of Mr. Salzman? Seeing none, I guess we're ready for a vote. Motion, John, I'm sorry.
Make a motion that we approve the import application from RAM Services Incorporated that was signed February 28, 2014. The number is 1-0066-00 for 7.5 cubic feet, 11 curies total radioactivity, and 1 microcurie of technetium-99. It's Class C, stable, sealed sources. And the material will be coming from the states of Wisconsin, Mississippi, Maryland, Maine, South Dakota, California, Indiana, Connecticut, New York, North Carolina, New Jersey, Ohio, Illinois, and Louisiana. And as a part of this motion, RAM Services will still need to provide to the Commission generator authorizations as well as export authorizations from the Central Compact and Southwestern Compact.
All right, that's your motion.
And the authorization would be for a period of August 1, 2014 through August 31, 2015.
Thank you. That's the motion. Is there a second? Motion been made and seconded. Is there any Commission discussion? Anybody from here care to comment? All right, I'll call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. The RAM Services application is approved. The next one up is Florida Power and Light Plant, St. Lucie.
The Commission received and the Technical Committee has reviewed an application from Florida Power and Light Plant St. Lucie. It was signed May 30, 2014 and received by the Commission June 2nd, 2014. The number is 1-0067-00. In this case, Florida Power and Light is acting as a generator requesting authorization to dispose of non-party low-level radioactive waste in accordance with the Act. They've specifically requested a volume of 300 cubic feet, 150 curies total radioactivity, and 25 millicuries of C14. The material is Class B and Class C unstable bead resin and process filters, and those materials were approved by TCEQ for disposal at the facility in a letter dated June 13, 2014. The materials are coming from the state of Florida, which is part of the Southeast Compact, which does not require export authorization. And I would note that the Commission is not aware that the applicant has access to another disposal facility for the proposed material, and they have requested disposal authorization for a period from September 1, 2014 through August 31, 2015. And the Technical Committee recommends approval.
Question from the Commissioners on the Technical Committee report? Hearing no questions, John, motion.
I make a motion that we approve the application from Florida Power and Light, Plant St. Lucie, signed May 30, 2014, number 1-0067-00, for 300 cubic feet of volume, 150 curies total radioactivity, and 25 millicuries of C14. The material is Class B and Class C unstable bead resin and process filters. It's coming from the state of Florida, and the duration of the agreement would be September 1, 2014 through August 31, 2015.
All right, that's your motion. Is there a second? Second. Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion among the Commission members? Anybody from the public care to comment? All right. I'll call for a vote of the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Are there any opposed? Any abstentions? No opposed, no abstentions. The motion passes and the application of Florida Power and Light is approved. The next one on the agenda is GE Hitachi Nuclear Energy, and we did have a question about who they are and where this results. John, go ahead.
My understanding is GE Hitachi is actually a facility that's being used by 6 or 7 nuclear power facilities for storage of spent fuel. But perhaps Commissioner Bradford can provide more detail than that even.
It's the pool of the former and never completed reprocessing plant, assuming that I've got the right facility at all. And back in the 1970s, 6 or 7 of its potential customers sent it spent fuel. As far as I know, it's the only spent fuel that ever got sent to a centralized interim repository. I suppose other than what went to West Valley and was actually reprocessed. And it's been sitting there ever since. Fees being paid.
And likely to continue to sit there till the federal government comes up with a disposal solution or a reprocessing solution.
Now that's what I know about a facility in Morris, Illinois. Whether it's the source of this application or not, I don't know.
I believe it is.
So what are they shipping?
Low-level radioactive waste.
Not the fuel rods.
Correct. That would not qualify as low-level radioactive waste.
I'm a little confused. If it's a facility that was just there for receiving spent fuel, what sort of low-level waste were they generating?
In this case, it's mixed bed powdered resin and compactable trash. So I suspect the resin is contaminated with fission products that are resulting from the cooling of that fuel.
Resin is usually associated with the operations of a nuclear power plant. It's not possible that this is something other than fuel that was also sent to the same facility, or is there a certain amount of resin that builds up over time when you've got spent fuel in a pool?
If your spent fuel pool, you have to cool the water, and typically as a part of cooling the water, you're going to run it through a resin bed as well as cooling it. And
all right.
I suspect that's the source of generation.
Any more questions? Sure, it's nice to have smart people sitting with me on the commission, so I don't have to know it. Thank you.
Or those with long memories.
Those two. All right.
Well, the Commission received and the technical committee has reviewed an application from GE Hitachi Morris Operation that was signed May 29, 2014 and received by the Commission June 2nd, 2014. The number is 1-0068-00. And in this case, GE, I'm going to refer to them as GEH Morris, is acting as a generator, requesting authorization to dispose of non-party low-level radioactive waste in accordance with the Act. Specifically, they've requested a volume of 200 cubic feet, a total radioactivity of 100 curies, with 1 millicurie of C14 and 30,000 microcuries of technetium-99. The material is Class B, stable, mixed bed, powdered resin, and compactable trash. And that material was authorized for disposal by the TCEQ in a letter dated June 13, 2014. The material is coming from the state of Illinois, which is part of the Central Midwest Compact, and they do not require export authorization. And I would note the Commission is not aware that the applicant has access to another waste disposal facility. And they have actually requested a disposal period of August 1, 2014 through September 30, 2015. So they've actually managed to span 3 disposal years with one application, with one 14-month period. And I'm happy, the technical committee recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Okay, is your recommendation of approval to extend to from the entire period, or do you want it ending?
No, my motion will not include that entire period.
Very good. All right. Any other question from any of the commissioners?
As for the record, the letter from TCEQ is already GE attaching, I think there's a typographical error in the first and second paragraph, naming HE Hitachi instead of GE Hitachi.
Judge, are you asking to make sure that the TCEQ approval is the same as the facility that's applied for the?
Do you agree, Charles, that's a typo?
Bobby?
Bobby Janeka, TCEQ. That was absolutely a typo. I think we intended to send a replacement letter. I'm not sure if I did or not.
All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. I guess we're ready for a motion, John.
I make a motion that we approve the application from GE Hitachi Morris Operation, signed May 29, 2014, number 1-0068-00, for 200 cubic feet of volume, 100 curies, total radioactivity, 1 millicurie of C14, and 30,000 microcuries of technetium-99. The material is Class B, stable, mixed bed, powdered resin, and compactable trash. It's coming from the state of Illinois, and I recommend a disposal period of August 1, 2014 through August 31, 2015.
Motion been made and seconded. Any discussion among the commission? Hearing none, is there any comment from anybody who would like to comment to us about this particular application? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve the GE Hitachi nuclear energy application, please signify by saying aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Any noes? No noes. Any abstentions? No abstentions. Being 5 ayes, and the motion is approved. All right. Next, we have the first application in Phylotechnics, and Ms. Broa, where is she? Elizabeth, I think we're going to need you for this one. And John, why don't you go ahead and launch, and then and the reason for this is because of the question that we had associated with but would like to get the technical committee report first, if you don't mind, Elizabeth.
Okay.
The-
Hi. Oh, go ahead.
So I'll go ahead and introduce it. And
Yes.
The commission received and the technical committee has reviewed an application from Tllrwdcc Limited that was signed May 27, 2014, received by the commission June 2nd, 2014, and number is 1-0069-00. And in this case, Tllrwdcc is a broker who is a licensed waste collector requesting authorization to dispose of non-party low-level radioactive waste in accordance with the Act. And at that point, I think I'll perhaps let Ms. Broda address there's a question with regard to a potential violation that Tllrwdcc received in the state of Tennessee with regard to a shipment of radioactive waste from their facility to, I believe, the Energy Solutions waste processing facility in Tennessee.
Yes, we sent an exclusive use shipment to the processor at the time that the trailer left our facility, the 40-foot trailer. Our survey showed that the external surveys read 200 MR per hour. When it arrived at the processor's facility, after about half an hour of them surveying this 40-foot trailer, they found a small spot about the size of a quarter in between the ribs that read 200 MR. Because their instrument was unable to reach the surface of the trailer, they reported it as greater than 200 MR per hour because it was still 3 inches away from the surface of the trailer. The state was brought in, they brought in their equipment, they did the survey, and they could not get those same readings that the processor got. We implemented new procedures that would prevent anything similar to this happening again. We received a letter from the state thanking us and telling us that they accepted our corrective actions. I'm sorry?
You have a copy of that?
I have an electronic copy of that letter.
Chairman, does that work?
We've got a representation, and as long as she's representing and she can furnish us with the electronic version of the letter. Can you do that, Elizabeth? Can you forward it to us?
I can forward it to...
Lee?
Sure.
And Judge, if the commission wants to, it can approve the import application conditioned on satisfactory resolution of what was alleged to be a violation.
So Elizabeth, was it a violation? Was a violation?
It was reported to
citation
the
was
state
issued?
as a notice of violation, yes.
So the state said it was or wasn't?
I'm sorry?
Did the state say it was or wasn't?
The state did not find those same readings that the processor found.
With regard to that individual shipment, would it have any effect on the materials that you would be shipping under the application 69 or application 70 with the commission?
No, it's not. And just to clarify as well, the material was received at the processor with no problems. There were no issues. There was no contamination on the outside of the trailer, nor the inside of the trailer, nor on the packages. So just to make that clear as well.
And the materials that were actually received by Energy Solutions, there was no problem with them complying with their license or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Was this an instrumentation problem, or was it a placement problem?
This particular trailer has ribbing underneath the trailer. So the instrument that was used to measure was just too big to fit in between where the spot was found. And because those ribbons, the ribbing was just prevented the instrument from making contact with the surface of the trailer, and it was about 3 inches away from the surface of the trailer. That's the reason it was reported as greater than 200.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, John, go ahead with your report.
The application 1-0069 is requesting authorization to dispose of 400 cubic feet of volume 0.8 curies total radioactivity, 25 millicuries of C14, 50 microcuries of technetium-99, and 5,000 nanocuries of I-129, and 10 microcuries of depleted uranium. The material is, the request is for Class A, Class B, and Class C unstable DAW metal, debris, electron tubes, radium dials, and check sources. And these materials were approved by the TCEQ in a letter dated June 13, 2014. We've already discussed the issue of the alleged violation. The applicant has requested materials, authorized materials to come from the states of Massachusetts, California, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, New York, Arizona, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Wisconsin, Michigan, Iowa, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Kansas, Missouri, New Hampshire, Delaware, Minnesota, Texas, and Vermont. Those represent the Southwestern Compact, Central Midwest, Midwest, Central Compact, Southeast Appalachian, and the Texas Compact, with Massachusetts, New York, North Carolina, Rhode Island, Michigan, Nebraska, and New Hampshire being unaffiliated states. I would note that the Central Compact and the Southwestern Compact require export authorization. And I would also note it was sort of unclear to the Commission why you listed Texas and Vermont in this application, since those states don't require, they're within the compact, so technically those materials would not require import.
Yeah, they should not be on there.
And I would note that in this case, the application had both a yes and a no answer for whether the waste was from a small quantity generator. And our understanding is Phylotechnics may be receiving materials from both small and large quantity generators. So in this case, I think it would be appropriate for the Commission to consider all the materials as from a large quantity generator. And in addition, the Commission is not aware that the applicant has access to another waste disposal facility for the proposed waste, and the applicant has requested import authorization through August 31, 2015. And the Technical Committee would recommend approval with some provisions within the
Right.
import agreement.
I figure we get to that when we get to the motion. All right. Are there questions among the commission, from the commissioners? All right. Robert?
I have one quick question about process. How do you determine that there are no violations against an applicant? Do you take their word for it, or does anybody do any sort of a basic Google search?
I have heard the furnace commissioner a letter from the state of Tennessee saying what their process is, and that's going to be delivered to the.
I'm sorry, I meant what sort of process does the Commission do to determine that there are no violations pending?
I guess I'm asking the state of Tennessee to tell me if it was or wasn't, depending on that letter.
The representation in the application is what we primarily depend upon. I do know that there have been 2 instances now where other people who are curious about a particular application have alerted us to the possibility of some unresolved issue. And this was one, and this came up independently because it was reported in the press. There was another one that was reported also. So I'm fairly confident that when we get these and the applications are published for public comment, people who are monitoring this for various perspectives and have an interest in it are quick to alert us about possible misstatements on an application about unresolved alleged violations. Okay?
Just one more thing I'll have to add to my to-do list then. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? John, I guess we're ready for your motions.
I make a motion that we approve the import application from Tllrwdcc Limited, dated May 27, 2014, numbers 1-0069-00 for 400 cubic feet, 0.8 curies total radioactivity, 25 millicuries of C14, 50 microcuries of technetium-99, and 5,000 nanocuries of I-129 and 10 microcuries of depleted uranium. Waste is Class A, Class B, and Class C unstable. DAW, metal, debris, electron tubes, radium dials, and check sources. I'm not going to repeat the list of states. I'll provide that separately. Tllrwdcc will have to provide import authorizations from the Southwestern Compact and the Central Compact and generator authorizations prior to shipment. And the authorization would be a period of from today through August 31, 2015. And in this case, the materials will be assumed to be from a large quantity generator.
I assume that part of your motion is also that we get provided the electronic copy.
And that we be provided an electronic copy of information with regard to the alleged violation. Just provide that to Lee Hing prior to any shipments.
Right. Is there a second to the motion? Motion's been made and seconded. Okay, I assume that this is just a question on my part. I didn't ask it during the report, but Texas and Vermont, you said they're not supposed to be there, so those won't be on the list of states. Is that because you just had materials that originated in Texas and Vermont that were packaged together? Is that what happened here?
Well, no, it's just when we deal with all the states. So we may deal with waste out of Texas, and we may deal with waste out of Vermont. So that as I typed it up, I may have just had that on my mind. But you don't need an import agreement for waste out of those two states. So.
But they're not shipped separately, is my question. They're combined with these materials from other states.
It depends. It could be consolidated, or it may not be consolidated when it's shipped to WCS.
I'm trying to figure out how this works within the compact, because I know that out of compact materials shipped into the compact for disposal has separate charges. So how do you segregate the charges, if you don't mind my asking?
Well, it would depend on what it is that I'm sending out to WCS and how much of it. So that would determine whether or not I would need to put it in or consolidate it with something else outside of the compact.
Okay, does it cause any accounting problems? I'm just wondering about that.
Sherry Fournette, WCS.
Yeah, Sherry.
Because of the commingling rules for TCEQ, we would not commingle in compact and out of compact waste. They would have to be separate.
Okay. I think I understand where we're going with this. Where we're going with this is that no Texas and Vermont waste would be approved for importation under this agreement, and there would be none included in any shipments under this agreement.
Correct.
All right. Now I understand. I hope. All right.
I'm sorry, I can't hear
We're only authorizing an import agreement, not any individual shipments of material.
Right. I'm asking the practical questions as opposed to the theoretical question about the agreement.
She can put drums with in-compact waste on the same shipment as drums with out-of-compact waste, but they wouldn't be shipped under the import agreement, and they wouldn't be commingled in the same container.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Ing.
Will y'all be shipping before August 31st, 2014, do you know?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The reason I asked that question is for the purposes, for instance, if an effective date of this would be July 10th and she wasn't going to ship until the next operational year, it would be helpful to know that, then we don't have to require her to report. So that's why I was asking that. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Any other questions or comments? Anybody else want to talk about this on the motion? We have a motion and a second? All right. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Are there any noes? Hearing none. Are there any, whatever that other one word is that I can't think of. Abstentions, thank you. Hearing none, the motion is approved and the application is approved. The next one is also a Phylotechnics application, and John?
Yes, the commission received and the technical committee has reviewed an import application from Phylotechnics Limited, signed May 29, 2014, received by the commission June 2nd, 2014, and the number is 1-0070-00. I would note at this point that the same issue as we just discussed with regard to the alleged violation exists with this application. I believe Ms. Broda has sufficiently answered that and indicated she would provide documentation to the commission on that issue. So, in this case, Phylotechnics, again, is a broker who is a licensed waste processor and waste collector requesting authorization to dispose of non-party low-level radioactive waste in accordance with the Act. They will need to provide the appropriate export authorizations and generator authorizations before any shipments of material. Those have not been provided to date. They've specifically requested 300 cubic feet of volume, 15 curies total radioactivity, 25 millicuries of C14, 50 microcuries of technetium-99, 5,000 nanocuries of I-129, and 10 microcuries of depleted uranium. And they are requesting Class A, Class B, and Class C unstable, special form material, domestic sealed sources, and decommissioning source material. These materials were authorized by the TCEQ for disposal in a letter dated June 13, 2014. The materials are coming from the states of Maine, California, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, New York, Arizona, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Wisconsin, Michigan, Iowa, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Kansas, Missouri, New Hampshire, Delaware, Minnesota, Texas, and Vermont again. Representing Southwest, Southwestern, Central Midwest, Midwest, Central Compact, Southeast, Appalachian, and the Texas Compact, with Massachusetts, New York, North Carolina, Rhode Island, Michigan, Nebraska, and New Hampshire being unaffiliated. So we will require, we will need to receive import authorizations from the Central Compact and the Southwestern Compact. And I would note that the Texas and Vermont materials do not need import authorization. And again, they answered both yes and no with regard to the materials being from a small quantity generator, so I would propose that we would treat them as large quantity materials. In this case, they do not have access to another waste disposal facility for the proposed waste, and the requested import authorization is through August 31, 2015. And the technical committee recommends approval with stipulations.
All right.
And John, just so that I clarify, the reason both the small and the large generators are checked is because we take waste from both. So.
And I mean, I appreciate the fact that you're informing us of that, and I don't. It's possible that at some point in the future we could be exceed the radioactivity limit for the year, but we're nowhere near it at this point. So at this point, it doesn't really matter whether we treat them as large or small quantities, so we'll just treat them as large, and then it makes, from our perspective, the accounting a little simpler.
just so you'll know, this is something that has come up in our discussion about the rules. And so, and the forms, and seeing if we can simplify things to make it a little clearer what all the intent is. And we should see that when we put the draft out. So well, I'll be quiet now. Are there any other questions on the technical report? If not, I'm ready for a motion.
I'm gonna put on the same motion, electronic letter statement.
Right, that'll be part of my motion. I make a motion that we approve the application from Philotechnics Limited, signed May 29, 2014, the number is 1-0070-00, for a volume of 300 cubic feet. Total radioactivity is 15 curies, 25 millicuries of C14, 50 microcuries of technetium-99, 5,000 nanocuries of I-129, and 10 microcuries of depleted uranium. Class A, Class B, and Class C unstable special form material, domestic sealed sources, and decommissioning source material. I will provide the list of states separately. And in this case, the materials will not be totaled against a small quantity generator set aside. The import authorization would be from a period from today through August 31, 2015. And Philotechnics will need to provide import authorizations from the Southwestern Compact and the Central Compact, as well as generator authorizations. And they also need to provide separate correspondence with regard to the alleged violation, so that all those items have to be provided prior to any shipment of materials. And they will need to provide an accounting for any materials that they ship this fiscal year versus materials that they ship next fiscal year. And that's my motion.
All right, is there a second to the motion? Motion been made and seconded for approval with the conditions stated in the motion. Any questions or discussions among the commissioners? Any comments? If not, I'm ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Are there any opposed? Any abstentions? I'll remember the word this time. Hearing none, the motion passes with 5-0 vote. Thank you, Elizabeth. All right. Next, and that completes the items on item 8. Next agenda item, item 9, is consideration of and possible action on the following proposed order for exportation of low-level radioactive waste. I know Mr. Hegman is doing double duty today. He'll come up and talk to us about this on behalf of his employer and John, technical committee.
We received an export application or petition from Bionomics, which is on behalf of the Southwest Research Institute from San Antonio, Texas. They have requested various materials, but I believe that Mr. Hageman would like to amend his list or add some additional materials. So I think at this point I'll stop and let him speak to that issue.
Yes, and in addition to the aqueous waste that's extremely low level and the used engine oil primarily that we use for radio tracer studies, we'd like to add 3 other items that we just got permission to dispose of by the Department of Energy, and that would be 75 cubic feet of solid mixed waste. This is waste that includes PCBs and mercury and other heavy metals. Approximately 75 cubic feet of liquid mixed waste, and finally 15 cubic feet of scintillation cocktails that contain volatile organics that we would like to send off for incineration along with the oil and the aqueous waste that we listed earlier.
John.
Based on my understanding of the materials, these are very similar to the kinds of materials that the commission has approved previously for export, namely materials that generally are not acceptable in their current form for disposal at the compact disposal facility. Relatively small volumes and low activities of materials that in the waste industry, typically it's considered a better way to get rid of them to send them off for incineration than it is to try to treat them and dispose of them in a landfill.
All right. Before I ask for completion of the report or anything else, unless you are through with your report.
The only question I have is, okay, the effective period is for a 1-year period. For how long we'd like authorization?
From today's date or from?
A 1-year period
Yes.
starting from today?
Yes, exactly. Do you want it through August 31st of 2015 or not?
Well, yeah, I would be happy to go with August 31st.
We typically give these for an operational year, but that's for imports. We don't do it necessarily for exports.
Well, I'd go for 2 years if you want.
No, we won't do that for you, John. Good try, though.
Okay, it doesn't hurt to ask.
And Sherry, thank you for coming forward, because I was going to ask WCS if you have any objection to the additional material.
We'd like the opportunity to look at the waste streams and provide comments.
Okay. Sharon?
And as your counsel, I would say this is different than the application that was posted, and
Yes.
provide the opportunity to give, for everyone to give comment, not just WDCS.
Well, just for the record, we don't post the export applications until the agenda is posted, so these don't have a comment period. Currently, there's no comment period associated with export petitions in our compact.
Just de facto, the 10 days with the agenda.
Just the 10 days with the agenda, that's right.
Ball's in your court, John, because we can approve your original thing that we posted, or we can add these additional things, and we'll have to consider it at the next meeting if we do it that way.
I would go with the original request for the aqueous and oil, and not apply for the other solid and liquid mixed waste incineration vials at this time.
Thank you.
Does that clarify things? All right.
So
I'm ready.
I recommend approval of the petition from Bionomics on behalf of Southwest Research Institute, San Antonio, Texas, for export for a period beginning today through August 31, 2015, for 550 gallons of aqueous liquids and 5,500 gallons of used oil. The materials would be sent to Energy Solutions facility in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, for incineration.
All right. You want to make a motion to that effect?
That's my motion.
All right. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Is there any discussion, further discussion among the commission members? Any comments from anybody in the group here? All right, I think we've heard from the people of interest, so I'll call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion passes. I don't know what your shipping schedule is, but it might be possible. I don't know what it is. I'm just thinking you could always apply and come see us in Vermont.
There is no definite shipping schedule for the other materials, but we will apply either for the next meeting or the subsequent meeting for additional items for export.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. That's item 9. And we've already done item 10, which was John Hageman. For some reason, it showed up that way on the application, and that was the report on the Radiation Advisory Board that we did early this morning. And next we get into, and I'm looking at my schedule, I think we have time to do this, because, and I'll just tell everybody, the judge will have to leave to catch a flight, and so we're gonna have to vote on certain things before the judge gets out of here, but I think we have a time to stick with the agenda, because I don't think there'll be a lot of debate about the other things like adopting a budget for, or I can't say that for sure, but we'll need to have everybody here. And so if any of the commissioners has to leave, we'll have to stop. And we want to take action on a bunch of these things. So, but next is a presentation from the Corps of Engineers, Hans Honorley, is that right?
Yes, sir.
On the decommissioning of the nuclear barge Sturgis, which is going on in Galveston, I think, as we speak.
Soon.
Soon, all right. So it's not as we speak. Welcome, and thank you for being here to tell us about it and answer questions that we have, because we're curious about these things. And I will say by introduction, the curiosity originated a year ago when we first heard that this might happen at a Texas shipyard for various reasons. So introduce yourself to us and tell us about it.
Perfect. And I guess the last meeting, I think there was additional discussion on the Sturgis. So we saw that and decided, we spoke with some of the state regulators and got in touch with Ms. Singh, and figured we'd come share some information with you so that questions could be answered up front. I've got with me the Department of Army Radiation Safety Officer, Mr. Greg Comp. He's going to discuss the Department of Army's, authorities associated with the Sturgis reactor. And then when he's done with that, we'll get into some more detail on the barge itself and the activities in Texas.
Okay. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, also, it's good to be back in Texas. My family actually settled Coryell County, Texas, and my mom born in Big Springs and grew up in Snyder, so this is almost a second home for me as well. I want to paste this, give you a little picture of history as well as we get into it. So we'll talk not only the authorities like Hans, but we'll also talk a little bit about the history to give you a feel for the type of activities that we're going to been involved with. And what we'll do is, unfortunately for slides, we don't have copies for everybody. I thought they would be able to be shown, but we'll have to go through and talk about slide by number, and so we'll lead you through this. Slide 2 just simply states the agenda, and basically I'll take care of the first part of that, and Mr. Honolulu will take care of the rest. Slide 3, we're going to talk about historical DoD reactor uses. Obviously, one area was atomic weapons production. We're not talking about that here. Naval nuclear propulsion is another major program that we've had. And again, that's not part of what we're talking about here. We are talking about the Army nuclear reactor program, and I'll talk some about some of those reactors. And then mention a little bit about some of our research missions. In 1952, slide 4, talks about the DoD study to determine feasibility of developing reactor plants. The primary concern or need was portable plants or plants for remote locations where we may not have the capability of providing energy. There's a joint program between DoD and the Atomic Energy Commission, and then the other services actually participated in the Army program. Slide 5, and I see some people still flipping, so I'm not sure if I need to hold up till you catch up to us on that. So
you're good. Keep going.
Okay. DoD was exempted from the Atomic Energy Act of 1954, and it's under a couple of sections. First is 91B for the authority to use material, and then also 110B, which basically talks about the exclusions from the requirements for licensing. We implement that authority down through our Army Regulation 50-7 Army reactor programs, and in it we specify not only bringing plants online, but also through the decommissioning life cycle as well, and which is what we're talking about here. Whenever possible, we use the same processes as the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, so we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. What works, works, and we're happy to adopt those processes and or modify them to meet our needs. We've had similar issues with other reactors that we've decommissioned where we're transporting rad waste, and the NRC did agree with us that we did have the authority and it was not AEA regulated waste, and so we could write for the extremely low level examples for a 20.202 type exemption for rad waste, and so we do have a history of doing that. Overall, we built a total of 9 reactors between 1950 and ran between 1957 and 77. 6 of those were actually built and online, 4 Army, and then 1 each for the Air Force and the Navy. And then we had the prototype reactors that were kind of test beds for some of our follow-on reactors. And this actually led, I guess, into the rest of the country and kind of led their way into the nuclear power program for the U.S. Slide 8 is our first reactor we had at Fort Belvoir at SM1. This also served as a training reactor. We trained both the Army and also later on people who went out and started commercial reactors who actually came through and were trained at this facility. It was the first reactor to put power to the grid, and but it didn't operate continuously because we were showing them how to take it down to low power, bring it back up, all the restart operations. So it went operated sporadically. Of course, everybody's heard of the SL1 reactor at Idaho, and of course that was ours. It was a prototype reactor. We had one that I had not heard about till I started doing research on this, but that's the a gas-cooled reactor experiment, and that's where we were actually using gas turbine technology, and with the hope of building portable power plants. You can see on slide 11, the ML1, which is one was developed but not fielded, they actually fit on the flatbed trailer. So that was, I think as we're going into these now, we're going through the process of looking at small modular reactors now. We did that, in the 50s. So it's kind of fun to see how history repeats itself. The picture we got, the one at Greenland, the Navy, the PM2A, the PM1 at Sundance, the Air Force reactor. It actually powered systems for NORAD, part of the new early warning line. And then a picture of it after decommissioning on 14. Slide 3A was Murdo Station in Antarctica that the Navy ran down there, and it was actually, we just recently did a dose reconstruction for those activities. And one that we're still dealing with, slide 17, SM1A up at Fort Greely, and that we're getting ready to do some work just to build that. And finally, we have here on page 18 the MH1A, the Sturgis barge, which is why we're here. So I wanted to give a little bit of just kind of background on this program before we get started. Also meant to say something too on my opening. It's kind of interesting working with the commission and talking to you this way. We actually, one of my roles is I run the DoD Rad Waste program, and so as our process, every 6 months I actually get a report on your commission activities, and we talk about it. So the proposed rules are something we always keep track of and track, so it's kind of fun to see that go around. So
Give everybody a card because everybody in this room does the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody in this room.
So that's fun being
Well,
here.
we're glad to see you again. We missed, normally in the early days, we constantly had a representative from the Department of Defense attending our meetings.
Right, yeah. Was Judy your liaison, or I forget who it was now. Budget cuts has taken out most of our travel. If it's not super mission critical, then we can't do it. And so we're having to rely on, phone calls and emails to try to keep track of it now. But that's why it was just a simple simple fact of not having the money to be able to do everything we need to do. And so anyway, catch back up after that diversion to slide 19. I think, or was this where I was going to turn it over to you, Hans? I think I was going to throw it to you. Hans is actually, one program I've got like 95 HPs, about 500-600 radiation safety officers across the Army. The Corps of Engineers of Baltimore do a lot of our larger decommissioning works, and Hans, one of our senior HPs that works for us on that.
Okay. Well, I'll jump in at the beginning of slide 19 and kind of bring you up to speed with where we as the Corps are sitting with some of the Army power plants. First and foremost, all the power plants have been defueled. All the fuel was returned to the Department of Energy. So we don't have any fuel, no high-level waste, anything like that. And for most of the power plants, the land-based plants, they've been sitting in safe store to allow them to decay some, so making the actual complete decommissioning a little bit easier, less of an occupational exposure, less of an occupational risk. Since the facilities were shut down, they've been kind of in safe store. We've been doing the environmental monitoring in accordance with permits issued by the Army Reactor Office. Currently, the Corps of Engineers has 3 deactivated land-based plants, one in the SM-1 at Fort Belvoir, Virginia, the SM-1A at Fort Greely, Alaska, and the MH-1A, which is on board the Sturgis barge, which is currently moored in the James River Reserve Fleet. The Army has also issued a couple other possession-only or decommissioning permits for some of the research reactors, and we've recently run through some work with those, and that's at the Army Pulse Radiation Facility in Aberdeen, Maryland, and the Diamond Ordnance Radiation Facility, which is just outside of D.C. there. When the Army came to us and told us to try to get online to do the decommissioning, complete decommissioning for some of these facilities, we went out and looked at some lessons learned of some of the commercial plants and identified that it's not just a radiological decommissioning when we're tearing these things up. We've got hazardous waste, other chemicals that may be issues that are going to impact both, schedule as well as cost. So we developed a process to, we called it the all-hazard assessment. We're kind of trying to commingle a CERCLA process with NRC decommissioning process. We started out with phase 1 doing more of the historical site assessment type activities, gathering the information from when it operated, what may be there, to phase 2, which is conducting some physical sampling, trying to determine what's remaining, what may be there, and what costs may be associated with that so that we can try to program the money up through the Pentagon. Then we go into phase 3, which would be the actual design and implementation of the decommissioning, and then phase 4 is going to be all the lovely paperwork to document that we've actually completed it. So we've got that 4-phase process, and for the reactors that I just spoke of, we've kind of in the middle on 5 of those plants. The Sturgis, as we've initiated the phase 3, we've got our decommissioning planning documents completed. We've got a decommissioning permit. It was issued based on our decommissioning plan, environmental assessment, and the Section 106 historical preservation documentation that we provided to the Army Reactor Office. In March of 14, we awarded a contract, and the contract's going to go for about 48 months, and that's through completion as well as contract closeout and stuff. But we'll go through the schedule on the Sturgis a little bit later in more detail. For the SM-1 at Fort Belvoir, Virginia, we've completed phase 2, and we're currently updating cost estimates and everything, getting ready to start the phase 3 for the decommissioning plan preparation as well as the environmental assessments. The Fort Greely plant, the same thing. Phase 2 is completed. We've done all our data and the field work. We're updating documents associated with cost and programming and funding. For the 2 research reactors, one in Maryland and one outside of D.C., both of those are actually decommissioned, waste removed, and we're in the process of doing the closeout reporting so that the permit can get terminated. Yeah. A little loud?
Feedback.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. So as Greg indicated, we do follow Army Regulation 50-7. Gives us a list of information that we need to provide to the Army Reactor Office to actually obtain a decommissioning permit, discuss the NEPA documentation, historical site assessment, coordination with the state historic preservation offices, other stakeholders and regulators, and this is part of that. Classification of the areas to be decommissioned, final decommissioning plans, waste management plans, and we'll go through a whole list of the plans that are going to be required by our contractors. Slide 24 has just a short little organization chart showing that the permit is issued to a senior executive member of the Corps of Engineers at our headquarters in DC, and then we've got a pretty elaborate bureaucratic organization chart just like any federal agency, but we run down through a division level down to the Baltimore district. The headquarters folks have an environmental center of expertise that provides them a technical oversight of what each district is doing, so they're involved in supporting the headquarters. And then the district also, at the request of the Army Reactor Office, involves ORISE to do some independent verification of our planning documents as well as our implementation when we're out in the field. So it's like a little bit of independent quality check. And then in the Baltimore district, we have our technical team where we award the contract, and then we provide our own quality assurance of the quality control that's implemented in the field by our contractors. So our contractor team that was awarded in March, we awarded a contract for just over $34 million to a team that was primarily, I guess the prime in the team is Chicago Bridge and Iron, which is a Woodlands base, I guess their headquarters in Woodlands, Texas. They've teamed with Energy Solutions, who I think everyone has a little bit of knowledge of here in this room, as well as the shipyard in Galveston, which is Milan International, and then the shipbreaking facility, EMR, down in I guess, Brownsville area. So the primary objectives for our decommissioning is to relocate the Sturgis to the selected site in Galveston. The contractor will prepare all the plans in accordance with the contract requirements as well as the decommissioning permit and any other applicable requirements. We'll decommission, dispose of the materials in accordance with the plans that are developed, and we hope to coordinate with the state folks here, make sure that we're checking all the boxes for them, not only on the radiological side, but as well as asbestos, lead-based paint, all the other good things that may be present in something that's 50, 60 years old. And again, we're going to adhere to the NRC and Army requirements as far as radiation safety, and then other federal standards, OSHA, other ship standards for safety in the breaking of the vessel. The primary schedule, as we have it now, our goal is to do some initial planning documents, get all that reviewed and concurred, hold a public meeting down in the Galveston area prior to moving the ship. And we're looking at about September 2014. We'd like to move the vessel around November of 14, and then start the actual decommissioning activities in earnest sometime in early January of 15. And that we expect the heavy lifting, so to speak, to last about 12 months in 2015. And then after that, we anticipate sometime in January 16 of towing the remnants of the clean part of the barge down to Brownsville to ship breaking to allow that material to be recycled. And then from there, we hope that'll take 4 or 5 months. May 16, we're anticipating completion, and then project closeout. The paperwork might take longer than the actual
I think, let me back up a little bit on Sturgis. It's actually built in 3 sections. There's actually a Liberty ship that's been modified, and so there's the pieces that aren't involved at all with the reactor, never been, we're not suspecting any radiological contamination. If it was any there, it'd be surface contamination. So we feel once we pull the reactor components out, that can be decommissioned as you would any ship.
Then you'll have to deal with those other lovely things like asbestos.
That's right,
lead,
that's right. Yep.
Those kind of things. I got you.
So as part of our decommissioning permit and our decommissioning plan, it identifies a plethora of other plans that our selected contractor will be required to generate and then comply with. Towing, mooring, stability plan, decommissioning work plan, quality assurance plan, hazardous material plan, materials characterization survey release plans, waste management plans, transportation disposal plans. So a long list Those are just the work plans. The next slide has another long list of safety accident prevention plans. Won't go through all those, but there's at least another dozen safety plans that'll be implemented. Prior to moving the vessel, first and foremost, we want to make sure that the vessel is capable of completing the long haul through the ocean. So we're going to inspect it, make sure that it's seaworthy to be pulled all the way down to Galveston. We're also going to go and work with the Galveston shipyard. We want to do a baseline survey, and then when we're done, we want to do the same survey again, just to make sure that we've not impacted anything in the state of Texas.
That's fairly wise. They've had some other incidents in Galveston with radioactive decontamination of ships. And it's not the first one that's gone down there. So.
Well, I'd like to hear that story.
Robert says Google it.
So after we prepare the ship and get it down there, we'll start the work in earnest. And as Greg was talking about, the vessel was a Liberty ship. The center section with the power plant for the Liberty ship was removed, and a whole separate new center section was put in. So the front end and the back end were then welded back on to this new barge now that the power plant was gone for the actual generation of the ship. When we remove the radioactive material, the remaining parts of the vessel we anticipate to be available for recycling. Doing that, there's a potential that we may have to put a floating barge under it, lift it out of the water if we have to do any work on the bottom hole or anything like that. So we've got some leeway put in place to allow us to do that. Slide number 32 shows just a picture of the shipyard area. It's currently scheduled to be the work done at Milan International Shipyard, which is in, I guess, in and around Pier 4041. So, whereas most plants are a actual decommissioning and you're leaving a greenfield area, this is really a waste segregation process because we won't have anything left. Everything that we're generating is going to be a waste. It's going to be a radioactive waste. It's going to be a RCRA waste or a TSCA waste or somehow form of mixed, or it's going to be clean material that's going to be made available for recycling. After we're done with that, we'll transport the barge down to Brownsville and then go through our closeout reporting. So I think that's kind of our quick nickel tour of the Sturgis and maybe some history of the Army's nuclear power program. So we'll take questions.
How much is going to WCS?
Right now, the material that's scheduled to go to WCS is probably a small volume, but it's going to the federal side. So all the material, we've got a commitment from the DOE that they'll take title to the material as a federal waste. And right now, some of the primary components are scheduled to go to WCS in the form of activated metal. And then the lower activity stuff, the Class A, we'll do a cost-benefit analysis and make a determination if it's cheaper to go to the commercial facility out in Utah or to Clive or to WCS.
Like steam generator or something like that, probably end up at DOE.
Right. The reactor pressure vessel for sure, the steam generator, pressurizer, some of the pumps. Right now, we don't anticipate them being a Class B waste. So those are all Class A, and we'll run the cost-benefit analysis on those to try to make a determination, what's best for the taxpayers.
Bring it around that's the best way to read. Instead of taking it off in Harbor and Virginia, it's easier to bring it around the port.
Well, when we did our contract procurement, we procured as a best value, and we gave the contractors 4 cities as options. We had Virginia, Baltimore, Charleston, and Galveston, all for various reasons, but they went out and sought what they thought was the best value for the government, and then the government's review of their proposals, Galveston was the selected facility.
John? Peter? Linda? All right, that's very interesting. Thank you very much for the presentation. And we were curious when we heard about it to know what was going to happen. And like I said, we first heard about this about a year ago. So I'm glad to know you guys are coming to Texas to get this done, and we're glad to be able to help.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank
Pleasure.
you. Thank you. Representative Darby, you've joined us. Would you have anything in particular you want to talk to us about, or you want us to just keep going, or?
Just keep going.
All right.
Going to work.
All right. Okay. Next, we have a report, Sherry or Betsy from WCS. Welcome.
Betsy Madru, WCS. 2 items to report. Fiscal year to date, WCS has disposed of 14,700 cubic feet, 23,960 curies at the low-level facility, the compact waste facility. Of that, 5,500 cubic feet and 1,060 curies is from compact generators. Also, our major amendment that Rod's been telling you about was notice for completion, technical completion on April 20th. And it has been set for an agenda date of August 20th. A contested case hearing request was received, so it'll go before the commission for review. Other than that, I have nothing to report. Happy to answer any questions.
Let me just raise an issue. I noticed, I responded to you last night, I noticed that you requested that each of the commissioners, and I haven't had a chance to talk to them about coming out to watch the large component disposal operation late this month. I don't know that, I've talked to Linda and John. I think they're going to be out of town. I'm going to be out of town. Lee's going to be out of town. Peter, I didn't know whether you were going to be.
I can't make it. I can't remember the exact date, but I had a conflict.
All right. I don't know whether the judge will be there or not.
If I could ask,
Yes, sir.
I believe the dates were the
22nd,
22nd and 23rd?
Yes, sir.
Will there be anything to actually see on the 22nd?
It's fluid, as you might imagine. We hope there is. We picked those dates because we thought that there would be, there are 4 actual generators, so we're hoping one of them will be in movement at the time. Right. There is an event planned in Andrews on the 23rd in the evening, so we're hoping that there is something to be seen. Yes, so that's the plan.
How about the 24th? Still,
I would think yes.
24th is a yes? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, we're flexible on dates. We just wanted to extend the invitation if anyone's interested.
Push those components around the site all
Yeah.
day.
It's not all going to happen in one day. Right. It's going to take a while. So, yeah, if you're interested and there are different dates, then please let me know. I'd be happy to accommodate you.
And one of the reasons, just for the commission, one of the reasons I wanted to sort of poll is that I need to find out how many might be interested in attending to see whether or not we needed to do an open meeting, post a notice of a meeting, not that we'd have a meeting, but just to let the world know that close to a quorum of the commission would be out there. So, but it doesn't look like we're going to have to face that issue. So, but if I am mistaken, and I'm just going to encourage all the commissioners to coordinate through Lee, we'd have to do it about a week in advance to follow the Texas law. And so if you plan to change, Judge, I figured you'd be there.
On the New Mexico side. We won't be in the state.
All right, and
Probably a better place to stand here. Watch it.
well, they've got some pretty high hills out there in New Mexico that you could, yeah, a big dirt pile.
That's right.
You could see things. All right. Any other questions or comments for WCS or Betsy? Thank you, or
Thank
Sherry.
you.
Thank you. All right. Next item on the agenda that we have is possible action to renew or extend the contracts with Lee Ng as a consulting executive director and Audrey Farrell as executive assistant. I think that what we have done is included both just the red line copies of the changes, because we were just looking at the changes, and basically these are the agreements, and the shorthand version is for both. There are some minor corrections and things in Lee's agreement. In particular, we had to I became concerned over some things that, as a result of the state auditor's audit of us, and so we made a couple of little changes in that one to make sure that because the way the commission operates, we don't have our own credit card or anything, so occasionally we have to incur charges on behalf of the commission, and I wanted to make sure that we had a mechanism for getting those reimbursed when the commissioners or Ms. Ng had to use our own personal funds to make those arrangements. So that was one change. And we changed some dates and basically, but the compensation is exactly the same as it is now. And all the other stuff is exactly the same. Ms. Farrell, same general thing. We had a few little things to change with respect to addresses and dates and things like that, and title. But other than that, I don't think there's any change. And again, the compensation is exactly the same. So I'm laying these out. I've talked, and Karen and I have talked basically to both Ms. Farrell and Ms. Ing, and they're happy with the proposals, which don't have any changes. So they can speak for themselves, of course, but I'm speaking, there has been communication. We have talked about these things with both of them. And so these would run through August 31st of next year, basically. So if it meets the approval of the commissioner, if nobody has any questions, I'd love to hear a motion. I could make one myself to approve the contracts with Ms. Ing and Ms. Farrell and renew them for another year.
I make a motion that we approve the contracts as provided for Ms. Ing and Ms. Farrell for the upcoming fiscal year.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion or any questions? If not, all in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any noes? No abstentions? Motion passes. The next item on the agenda is, again, an extend a contract with Digitech, is our web design or web development maintenance hosting services. And this is a renewal. Ms. Ing could probably talk about this better than I can, but the terms are unchanged, I believe, from the existing agreement we have with Digitech, but you can tell everybody what they do in case anybody's interested.
Yeah, the only thing that's changed in here is the change 2014 to 2015. And this is the gentleman who keeps our website up and going, helps us with any problems, makes changes to it, incorporates comments for improvements. He's who makes all that happen for us.
Any questions? Ready for a motion?
Second.
All right, motion was made to approve the contract for another year under the terms and conditions that were just, the only changes as described. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye. Any opposed? None opposed? No abstentions? The motion passes. Next, and Lee, I'm going to let you talk about this, and because this is the proposed, this is actually a proposal, actually. We're going to seek proposals to do this.
Yes, this is allowing us authority to get proposals and then to proceed with the contract. This is similar to what you authorized for us to do for a state risk assessment a couple of meetings ago, except as opposed to a state agency risk assessment, this is to let a contract in order for us to put together operational procedures for the Compact Commission. And what I mean by that is there are a lot of things that I and Audrey do that happen that if all of a sudden Audrey and I were indisposed or died in a fiery car wreck or whatever example you want to use, yeah, that there would be nobody who would know what to do. And so the idea is to put together a procedures manual that somebody could pick up and make sure the wheels didn't fall off and the Compact Commission business would continue to proceed seamlessly. Also, as part of this, not only would we want to document the procedures we'd have in place, but there would be an audit, if you will, done to help us identify the things we should be doing that we don't know we should be doing that are standard operating procedures for other organizations, institutions like ours, and then audit our procedures to make sure we're doing them. And so this is a request to allow us to get RFPs and potentially proceed with a contract to put an operations procedures manual together and to conduct these audits.
And I could add my 2 cents worth, but you've heard it. Basically, we have all sorts of things that we have to take care of, like records retention schedules and documentations and filing and all sorts of things that we have to. We don't have an HR department because we don't have any employees. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't have policies dealing with some of those kinds of things. And so this is a review based upon, first of all, getting to know who we are and the way we operate, the way we have to operate. And then secondly, to help us develop procedures that would provide a continuation now that we're growing up to make sure that if personnel change in the future, we can continue to have a history of operations and a continuum of what we're doing. And so that's, I think, what the request is here, to request just to tell the commission about this and to provide notice and to see if anybody has any questions. I don't know that we need a motion to do this. We're just trying to communicate. Do we need a motion? I noticed that Karen's pointing out to me that we have not to exceed $10,000, and that's based upon some discussions we've had with some potential people to do this work, based upon their estimates of the cost, and that's the reason it's in there that way. And so
We just think we need authority.
we would have to have a motion to approve the expenditure of up to $10,000 or the ability to hire a person to expend up to $10,000. And I assume the motion would then include authorizing me to execute the contract on behalf of the commission to expend up to $10,000 to engage this person for these tasks. And so I think that's what I've just been told, so I need a motion to that effect.
I make a motion that we authorize the chairman to enter into negotiations and sign a contract for development of a operational procedures manual and identify any gaps in our current procedures, and with a limit of up to $10,000 for such contract.
All right. Is there a second? All right, motion's been made and seconded. Is there any other discussion? All right, I'll call for a vote on the motion. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Are there any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion passes. All right. Next is an update on activities of the Fiscal Advisory Committee, and of course I'm on the Fiscal Advisory Committee along with, I think, Dick is on it, and we don't have a vice chair, so the vice chair is supposed to be on it, but we don't have one of those, so there's two of us on this committee under our bylaws. And but basically this is to discuss, first of all, the budget. I think this is before we actually work to adopt the budget. And just to give you a indication, the way this worked out is that we're going through the beginning of the legislative appropriation process because of the way we're funded legislatively through an appropriation of the state of Texas nowadays, and sources of that funds I'm not going to bother to bore everybody with, but most of the people here know them anyway. But we have to go through the appropriations procedure, which means we have to go through the legislative budget board and submit requests and comply with a bunch of things for the budget board. And Representative Darby was here. He sits on the appropriations committee, and we have to comply with the full panoply of legislative entanglements that go with the appropriations here in Texas to access, so we can be authorized to access the funds that for our operations. And to do that, and we have to have a budget anyway under the compact. So Lee and I got together and we started talking about the budget, and without going into the history of all the budgeting, the original budget was proposed in 2009, as I recall, and I can even give you the numbers from that budget. At the time when we didn't have any money, we were operating on a agreement with TCQ to fund our operations because there was no legislative appropriations for anything that we were doing when we first got started. And so we had to develop a budget, and we did, and I won't bore you with the history, but the current budget is an offshoot of what happened then. And the numbers are a little smaller now than they were then because we were anticipating, I will give you this brief part of history. At the time we did the first budget, there was no provision for the Attorney General to represent of Texas to represent the compact committee. And there was a debate going on about whether they could, seeing as how the commission is not a state agency, but exists under federal law and has a component from the state of Vermont. So one of the interesting questions is, who are our lawyers going to be? And we contemplated we might have to hire a law firm to represent us because it was not clear. That got cleared up later along the way, and I could give you some other miscellaneous history that nobody cares about except people like me who had to live it, and the judge lived it also. But the budget is now set at the appropriations level of about 583, 589, something like that, which is the appropriation in the current each fiscal year of this biennium. And without going into how that's funded, when Lee and I got together, we started talking about the budget because, and we added some things to the budget in anticipation of some costs that we might want to consider. For example, you heard talks this morning about the possibility of audits, not money audits, but audits of performance under contracts. And if we did that sort of thing, we probably would be looking at hiring additional people to help us. You heard about the hiring of we have hired and paid for already I think it's paid for, we approved the assessment. Right. The bill for that was not very much money. It surprised me how little it was. And then we're going to do this operations manual. We're looking at bringing in a person to help us deal with the comptroller and its system of accounts to help us smooth out the processing of reimbursement requests, primarily to the commissioners, because we get reimbursed for certain expenses, and of course Lee and Audrey get reimbursed for their expenses too. And so we're looking at somebody to help us do all this, and at the same time sort through some of the fiscal issues that have been pointed out to us in the two separate audits that we have. And we're going to do another audit, and I guess we'll talk about that in a minute, because we are required to do an audit each fiscal year, actually under the compact, which is separate from the audit that the comptroller has ongoing with us. They audit the state funds, but we have other things we have to audit in terms of income and expenses. It's pretty simple when you get down to it, except the first one turned out to be very complicated and detailed and exhaustive. And so we're going to do that. Lee and I have talked about the possibility that within some time we may need to add additional contract employees to help us keep up with some of the things that we're doing, because the workload is expanding beyond the capacity of the exhaustion of Lee and Audrey to keep up with it. They're both doing a tremendous job to keep up with everything. They keep us going, but there are some little things that we need to pay attention to. So we're going to add probably some at some point. We won't do it right away. But all of this went into the budget, and I'll let Lee start talking now, and she can tell us the truth.
Well, the budget's in front of you under tab 30, and to a certain extent, my hope is that it speaks for itself about what, and a lot of these, the projected items that I budgeted for 2015 that I've gone over with the fiscal committee made up of Commissioner Sadek and Chairman Wilson are really very familiar because they're very similar to what we did in 2014, 2013, and 2012. Now, I have added some additional monies for the items that Chairman Wilson brought up about these additional contracting duties we might have done. In addition, I've put money in there with the taking into account the possibility that at some future day we may need to pay rent, or we would potentially need to hire somebody who did some of our accounting. To the extent that ever would change, we don't foresee that for any reason, but to be good, responsible budgeteers, we put in there that something like that, money for that should it occur. For the most part, everything that you see here, I think may speak for itself, but if it doesn't, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
I'm just going to add to that, one of the things that we have been talking about that we haven't fixated on yet is looking at our internet, our whole internet security and IT services things, and how we manage files electronically and receive them and send them out. We probably are going to need some help, because I'm not trained to do that. Maybe Audrey or Lee are trained to do that, but I'm not certainly qualified, I know, and I don't even, when I was with the law firm, I didn't even do it there. We hired somebody to do that for us on a regular basis. And they came in and we had to deal with some of the things we don't have to deal with right now, servers and email accounts and security and all that kind of stuff. So we'll probably look at an IT contract person to help us review the way we store documents electronically, to the extent, you know, and this is one of those little things. We can get some of these things provided for us by the state of Texas, maybe. And the reason I say maybe is we're not a state agency. And when we've gotten into these things before, there have been times when we were asked, well, sure, you can do this as a state agency. We said, whoops, we're not a state agency. And they said, whoops, you can't have it done. And so we have all of those kinds of issues to deal with as we go forward, learning more about the appropriations process. So basically, that's a discussion of what's in the budget, and we're anticipating that our budget request for the next biennium will be at the same level that we requested this year. Is that right?
That is correct.
So we would request the same funds to be appropriated. And when Ms. Madru was in her position as a legislative aide last session, really helped us out to clarify the funding of that. And we're hoping that it won't be a problem, that the amounts, as we go into it and gain more experience, we probably will have some questions at the in the appropriations process of the amount, but we're hoping we don't have those even for the next session. Maybe the session after this we'll get into that. And so that being said, that's the update on the Fiscal Advisory Committee. And then the next item is consideration and possible adoption of the annual budget pursuant to Article 6, Section 2 of the Commission's bylaws. And I'll entertain a motion to approve the budget that's in front of you. If anybody wants to make that motion.
Remember this. I can't remember this comment from last year. Since we're in the budget and I'm the judge. Welcome to my world.
Yeah.
I'm just going through this at the bottom, but you're talking about database development. And we got 48,000 in this year's budget, but 36,000 in next year's budget. Is that right?
Yeah, predicting budgets is of course an art form at times. And last year I thought, we might have to do additional databases. We might need 4 of them. And we didn't. So I dropped it down to this year saying, well, maybe we'll need 3 of them, and use that money that we saved to help and to put that $12,000 toward the contracting we might do for the things that Chairman Wilson put forward.
So that 12,000 back up in that technical operations specialist?
I believe so. I can't remember exactly how I may have made it fall out amongst those numbers at the top of the budget, but probably the technical operations and the state affairs specialists I added. Those were the 2 that took the savings of other areas of the budget that were removed.
I guess the other question I had is, you give yourself a cut and pay?
Well, on the fortunately, I'll just pass a budget a contract for me that in fact didn't. But what these numbers are here is sometimes not knowing. When I did the budget last year, there was talk about potentially getting a full-time ED, so I budgeted for 1. And so this time I made some changes to that. I cut some of that out. If y'all don't do anything, in case y'all do something about my position before next April or next August, you would have some additional money to do it. If you don't, if I continue to work through the entire year as the contract you just approved allows me to do, you will save money on this matter.
That's the state, are you tied to that state?
No, not at all.
L1, 3, /A, that's just us.
I'm happy to report that we are not tied to that.
Okay. I don't know, and then, other question we had, state affairs specialist. State affairs specialist, 54,000.
What that is again, sort of
I did go over this with her about 30 minutes on the phone. I just reminded myself.
What,
we have talked about the budget. So
and that is when the chairman discussed having somebody who could help us with the comptroller's office and some of those sorts of issues that we deal with from how we are incorporated into the state system with appropriations and other affairs of that matter. That person that he's talking about potentially putting a contract with, again, I wasn't exactly sure what term to call that person, so I called him a state affairs specialist.
no, I've gone over the rest of this with you. That's all I had.
Okay.
From a personal perspective, sitting in where I sit, we really need that person. We really need that person. I can't emphasize how much time it takes to deal with those issues for Lee and Audrey and I and Karen, bless her heart. She really helps us a whole lot. And but those issues seem to be continuing. They're not listening. So
I make a motion that we approve the budget as provided for fiscal year 2015.
there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Motion been made and seconded. Are there more questions or comments from any of the commissioners? If not, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the budget say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any noes? Any abstention? Budget is passed. All right. Next, the chairman's report, and I actually wrote some things out because I had some thoughts last night. And we've talked about the risk assessment, the person to help us deal with fiscal matters, policies and procedures matter, internet security, auditor for 2013. I will report that Lee has been negotiating on behalf. We have new performance measures with the Legislative Budget Board that we had to go through. The comptroller audit, we're about through with that. We hope we filed the final. We sent a letter back to the final inquiry. We hope final inquiry we got having to do with the bank account that was established. Judge, you'll remember this with funds provided for Vermont, and the comptroller was curious about that bank account, and so we had to provide them with some information about it and assure them that we did not think it was a local fund. And none of the money came from, it was originally appropriated by the state legislature. There was, just so everybody knows, there was one small bit of it that came from TCEQ, but the appropriation was to TCEQ, not to us. They were reimbursing us at a time. It was kind of an unusual situation. I'm going to remind everybody, if they haven't done so, to make your arrangements for travel to Vermont and for staying in the hotel wherever you plan to stay, because I think we're coming up on a deadline of till the 14th for reservations.
Yes, thank you for letting me take this opportunity to say that to the, I think, one person sitting at that dais who hasn't done this yet, is that the cutoff for this is July 14th.
Yes.
Okay.
And by law, the county has to have a budget done by October 30th.
All right. One of the things I asked Lee to do was attend a webinar on a strategic assessment on Nuclear Regulatory Commission. She did that. Low-level waste forum meeting is coming up at the end of October in Denver, in case anybody is interested. I haven't registered yet. There's going to be a Rad Waste Monitor Conference again out of Las Vegas that happens every year, and Lee's gone the last 2 years, but I think she told me it was my job this year. We tend to go to these things just to hear what other people have to say, and we are talked about at these conferences. Then I'm going to a list of organizations for potential membership. And this, again, is something Lee and I have talked about. there are all sorts of organizations out there that, and it's becoming, and I'll hurry this along, but it's becoming one of these things that we're beginning to realize that probably there won't be any more low-level waste sites established in Texas, in the United States. There's going to be the Clive, Utah facility, which is not truly a compact facility, it's a private facility, and it's got its limitations. There's the Hansford site in Washington, and there's the Barnwell site. And then, but Andrews County, Judge, y'all are going to be the fourth one. And so one of the things to do is everybody then in 34 states at least is going to have to deal with the Compact Commission on importation agreements in the 2 states in Texas, where they're all going to have to come through us. And it's time we started letting the world know who we are and how we operate by going to a lot of these meetings. So the low-level waste forum is something we've actually been doing. Other meetings like the waste management conference that happens in the spring in Phoenix. We've gone to that one a couple of times, several of us have. The one in Las Vegas is another one. But there's a conference of radiation control program directors, and we are now doing things. Lee's on the disused source working group dealing with the conference of radiation control program directors. We met with Ruth McBurney, who used to be here in Texas. She's still here in Austin, but she's the executive director of that. We have a strong Texas connection. A guy named Joe Klinger up in Illinois who runs their program, is real active in it. Joe used to be here in Texas, so it's a small world for those of us who are doing this. And then there's the Organization of Agreement States. We haven't decided whether or not we could be part of that, but but there are agreement states, as everybody knows, and then unaffiliated states. But the agreement states get together and they talk about issues. All of these things are becoming increasingly important to compacts, that we get organized, and as compacts with the low-level waste forum does a lot of this. But we may start exploring the idea of joining some of these organizations, and we'll let everybody know what they are. So in case you want to participate in any of the activities, and we know that particularly you, Judge, have all sorts of time to do this sorts of thing. We'll give you the opportunity to do more of it. So that's just letting everybody know that. In the next, we're starting to get ready. We don't know what's going to happen in the next legislative session other than our appropriations, but as I said, we're getting ready for that. As you probably have noticed, and I mentioned this to Mr. McGuire and other people from TCEQ, we hope that they don't take offense at the fact that they have not been on our agenda for the last couple of meetings. But one of the things that we wanted to do was to bring in people like from the Radiation Advisory Board, Department of State Health Services. We have a whole list of other people that we might bring in from time to talk to us, to get us all a better picture. Somebody from the Railroad Commission, from medical facilities, and I was thinking about Dr. Emery or Dr. Hamilton before John even mentioned them. There's a guy in San Antonio named Wayne Wyatrowski who works with he's a health physicist who works for the veterans. Dr. Poston at Texas A&M at the Nuclear Engineering School over there, he could bring us in, and he's with the International, what is it, the IAEA?
Well, it's with the Nuclear Power Institute, he's Associate Director.
Right. And I'd love to hear from him. People in the Health Physics Association you get all the time, because several of us are members of the Health Physics Association. Roger Mulder is somebody you've heard us talk about this morning in Texas, and Roger is the primary contact we have, for example, in Texas about what's going on with Los Alamos and the WIP site. He keeps up with all that. He gets advised about it, so he's advised almost daily, so he's a great resource from us, and he may come and talk to us. And so if anybody can think of any other names to add to this list, I want to get somebody from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. I thought about Dr. Klein, who was a former NRC commissioner who's here in town. I'm sure Dale would love to come talk to us about that. And of course, Peter, you've been on the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, so.
I think so. It's a long time ago.
Yeah. So we can tap into those resources. We were glad to hear from the Army today for the same reason. And there's a couple of other things like that, but then just to let everybody know that it's not all idleness between meetings when we're here trying to do our things and keep up. And then that's what I wanted to say. Lee, you're next, I think.
I am next. Mine will be real quick. I wanted to make y'all aware that and some of y'all already are, the legislative session in the state of Texas begins this January and will go through the end of May. And as the chairman alluded to, we will be going through an appropriations process to ensure that we are funded through that mechanism. One of the issues that comes up a lot, and it will come up, I think, significantly this session, is the fact that we are an independent compact going through a state process and trying to maintain our independence through that process. A lot of the record keeping, et cetera, that they ask us to do has requirements with it that do not maintain our independence. And you happen to have an executive director that has a lot of energy for fighting that issue, and I get a lot of support from the chairman on that. And so I just want to make you aware that we will be entering that process again. I will be using the budget that you just approved as the basis for the legislative appropriation request that we will be making. And we will begin the process of educating the folks we will be working with on how we are not a state agency and finding good, proactive, positive, win-win solutions to getting an appropriation, yet maintaining our independence. And so there might be times that I'll be calling on y'all for some assistance with that, but just letting y'all know we're about to enter that foray again. You want to add something?
Well, I was just saying, for those, particularly for Peter, and the way this works down here is our Constitution requires that if money comes out of the state treasury, there has to be supported by an appropriation, and the legislature has to appropriate funds. So in spite of the fact the compact says that the TCQ now has to have a fee that is charged to support our operations, that fee goes to TCQ. That means it goes into the state treasury. That means to get it out of the state treasury to access it, we have to have an appropriation, and that's where friction has come in. We don't have independent access to the money. So the problem is that the process at the comptroller's office, they don't understand somebody who can just submit requests for reimbursement or other things in for appropriated money, but we're not subject to all of the other things that normally a state agency is subject to. And it's going to continue to be, unless we get it clarified, a burden. And it was set up that way in 1993 when the compact, nobody thought about this at the time because there was a different kind of entity that was going to have the license and run the site. So that's what we're continuing to have problems doing. So that's going to be a big, if it comes up, that's where I think most of our discussions will be. And just occasionally we may call upon the state of Vermont to explain that Vermont is not a state agency of the state of Texas.
I think we can find the words.
So, all right, and
to finish, the other thing I'll say is you mentioned that I was on the Disused Source Working Group for the Low Level Waste Forum. I am on the Disused Source Working Group, and I was heartily invited to that group and solicited, and for a while I'd hoped it was my charming and eclectic personality. But in fact, the chairman is right. It is because the Texas-Vermont Compact has become a hot organization lately because we do take waste from a number. We are the only game in town for a number of states. And so our participation in various arenas has become very important to a lot of people, and we are getting a lot of attention. And so I just wanted to mirror what the chairman has said. That has been my experience too. You get invited to a lot more things, and your participation is heartily sought because it's coming here. And if it's coming from another state, it will be imported through this commission. And so y'all are very important to a lot of people. The second to the last thing I'll say is I will be on vacation from July 19th through August 3rd, but I will have Audrey, my executive assistant, here to ensure that the agenda is finalized and put on to answer questions and to make sure everything gets set up while I'm away. And then the most important thing I wanted to say was thank you very much for renewing my contract for another year. It's been an honor, and I look very forward to being able to do it for another year. I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you. That concludes my remarks.
All right. Questions, comments to Lee? All right. Meetings. New meetings. Dates for meetings.
We're still scheduled for September 25th, correct?
Yes. That's in Austin as far as I know, unless we have another presidential visit, in which case we might reconsider.
We've left it open as to be determined where it would be, but I believe y'all did mention to sort of indicated Austin, but we left it to be determined.
What about after September the 25th? Are we gonna need something, you guys know better than this, are we gonna need something in October or early November, what?
6 weeks would put us into early November.
Right.
And then Thanksgiving's that November 27th. So if you were to do something in early November, your next one would probably be, and only one between Thanksgiving and Christmas.
What about November the 6th?
Election day?
Is it?
No, the
It's a
election day is the
Thursday.
4th.
Yeah.
I will not be here on November 6th. Normally I can move it, but I cannot move this, this thing.
How about the next week, November 13th?
I'm
Works for
totally
me.
here, yeah.
Linda?
Yes.
Peter?
Yeah.
November 13th.
That probably will work better anyway, because it puts us a little later in November and we'll be able to,
Skate through December.
yeah.
There's some reason Commissioner Sodek has to be in Texas anyway. Does anybody remember why?
Yeah, we do, and I think we're talking about there may need to be a rules subcommittee meeting about that time,
Yeah.
was the issue.
Sure.
Yes. That would give us time to get
that'd be good.
the comments in, and we could all get together and do it at that time.
And so with the September 25th meeting, it will be in Austin, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a location preference for the November meeting, or would you like to? I know the only other place we've ever talked about having a meeting has been in Andrews County. So that's why I'm asking if there is any reason that we should potentially schedule one there.
Judge?
Wherever y'all want to do. Football season.
Friday Night Lights.
You don't have to worry about that.
I'm not worried about that. He graduated.
All right. We can leave it a little open, but tentatively we'll say Austin. We may end up moving it again depending upon what the schedule looks like in Austin, too, as we did for the Addison meeting. But I wouldn't mind having one in, as I've said before, it wouldn't offend me to have one someplace else. I mean, other than Austin and Andrews, if we needed to have one in El Paso or some other place, I'm open to any location.
Galveston?
Galveston.
Galveston.
Go down.
Galveston
Wanna
might
go
work
visit the
for the
Sturgis.
Have it on the Sturgis.
On the Sturgis. I don't think so. All right. Well, tentatively, we'll say November 13th in Austin, unless we let poll everybody get it changed. I don't know what Brandon's schedule is like, and maybe we'll have another commissioner by then. So, all right.
We go to TCQ after January probably, or just see if this room is available.
It's been our experience that once the legislature starts up, we start having to have meetings out at TCEQ or somewhere else.
I just want to give them a little bit of heads up, in case they're commissioning the meeting.
Is that
Getty.
the
last meeting of the year, the November meeting? Or are you planning to have one in December?
We haven't scheduled another one after November the 13th. Are you worried that you have clients that might need to suddenly submit things to us?
I'm Just asking if that's the last meeting of the year.
We haven't talked about a meeting after that. Go
It would
ahead.
be helpful for us to at least know what's on the calendar through the end of the calendar year. So if there was going to be a December meeting and you all
If you
felt
schedule it in
comfortable,
advance, that would be helpful for everybody.
if you felt comfortable picking a date, I think that there would be some that would appreciate that planning.
As we've talked before, this is really historically has been a Vermont issue rather than a Texas issue. And so I'm looking over here at Peter.
Whether to have a December meeting?
Yes.
Do you want to leave Vermont in December or
It's, for me, it's fine either way. Obviously, there comes a time in late December when it'd be inconvenient, but that would be true for you all too.
Yeah, I'm looking at the December calendar. The Christmas is on Thursday, the 25th. The week before is the 18th. That would probably be the latest we could do it unless we did it earlier that week.
And that would be 5 weeks from the November meeting.
Yeah, and Karen points out that's 5 weeks from our November meeting, so we want to shoot for that.
Tentatively December 18th.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Betsy.
Can you, how would you feel about pulling that back a day or two, just so that those of us who have to travel don't get tangled up in people's Christmas?
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. We might do it on, I could not do it on Tuesday the 16th, but I could do it on the 17th or Monday the 15th. Either of those. Tuesday is a problem for me that week.
I think 17th would be better for me.
Me too.
Does the 17th work for you, Peter?
Yeah, no, I think as long as.
It's not the weekend.
As long as it's not Friday.
Yeah.
Okay, so December 17th.
All right.
December 17th in Austin, Texas. Okay.
Very good. I think that's the last item on our agenda.
I think it is.
Your motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I don't think I need a second. And, okay, we're adjourned. Thank you very much thank you all for being here and for the patience that everybody exhibited. And I think the traffic going out may be a little easier than it was coming in. All right.